Chapter 490. The sixth golden door. The large golden door slowly opened in front of the anxious and expectant gazes of everyone on the platform. The creaking sound that was emitted from the rubbing of the door shaft was like a stone falling into water, forming slight ripples in everyone's hearts, causing their breathing to become rough and anxious. Even the 5 magnates at the front of the team were staring at the golden door without blinking. Although they still appeared calm and indifferent, their tightly clenched hands betrayed their nervousness. Creak. The door finally opened completely, and a slender and indifferent figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. He was wearing a white robe, and his expression was calm and elegant, as if nothing in the world could affect him in the slightest. Lve Tao of the House of Marquis Qin. The first to appear through the golden door was the number 1 genius of the House of Marquis Qin, Lve Tao. The atmosphere on the platform was initially silent. Soon after, numerous envious noises sounded. Although many people had already guessed that the first person to appear at the top of the mountain would definitely be Lve Tao, their hearts were still quite shaken when they saw it with their own eyes. The House of Marquis Qin was indeed the strongest overlord of Muqin County. They had cultivated a peerless genius like Lve Tao, which naturally attracted the envy of many city lords. The first to come out is indeed Lve Tao. This time, I'm afraid that Lve Tao of the House of Marquis Qin will be like Lve Hantian in the previous competition. He will really suppress many geniuses. The master of the meteorite frowned slightly, and a look of, as expected, appeared on her face. After all, Lve Tao's strength was really too strong. Even she, the leader of the Jade Lady Astral Court, had to admire Lve Tao's talent and achievements. This boy would probably be the second Lve Hantian. Although Xian Yuanli, Su Chang, and Qin Ye looked a little helpless, they knew that Lve Tao was the only one who stood out in this Origin Chi Tower battle. His cultivation as a 5-wheel ultimate emperor had crushed almost all the other geniuses. Even the talented Luo Xing of the Jade Lady Astral Court could not compete with Lve Tao at this time, not to mention the top geniuses of the 3 forces. Ha! Thank you for letting me win. Lu Nanshan's face was flushed red. After seeing that it was Lu Nantian who came out of the golden door, the joy on his face could no longer be concealed. He politely cupped his hands towards the others, and the other city lords all came forward to congratulate Lu Nantian. Lu Nantian was in a rare good mood when faced with the congratulations of so many city lords. He returned their greetings one by one, his attitude modest and gentle. In the crowd, Guyu Tian seemed extremely nervous. He stared at the worldly monolith closely. Although he knew that Zhuowen's chances of victory were extremely low, he still hoped that Zhuowen could win. Beside Guyu Tian, Qiu Chou and Ouyang Yintu's faces also became extremely nervous. Their Broken Rock City's geniuses had basically all been eliminated in the Smelting Trial Mountain. Only Ouyang Hanxian had managed to last until the final round. However, as the battle heated up, Ouyang Hanxuan's light screen blurred, so the two of them did not know if Ouyang Hanxian could pass all the stages of the Smelting Trial Mountain in the end. I wonder if Hanxian will pass the final round. Ouyang Yuntu asked worriedly. Believe in Hanxian. Hanxuan's last opponent's cultivation was similar to his, so the chances of winning were at most 50%. Now, the final outcome depends on whether Hanxian can walk out of the Smelting Trial Mountain. However, I feel sorry for Zhuowen. With his strength, passing the Smelting Trial Mountain should not be a problem. It's a pity that he met Lve Yongsheng. As he spoke, Qiu Chou also stared at the worldly monolith. He shook his head, a trace of regret on his face. Yes. Zhuowen's strength is enough to rank him in the top 100 out of the 10,000 people in the Smelting Trial Mountain. It's a pity that he met such a difficult opponent like Lve Yongsheng in the end. Ouyang Yuntu also said regretfully. At the bottom of the worldly monolith, Lve Tao was dressed in white robes, looking elegant and elegant. He nodded lightly at Lu Nantian in the distance, then leaned against the worldly monolith and raised his head slightly, staring at the peak of the smelting trial mountain in front of him. He actually also wanted to see which one of the 1,000 geniuses would be able to stand out from the 10,000 people. If we were to rank them according to their strength, the second should be Luo Xing's younger sister, followed by Imperial Sword Gates Zhu Qi. The fourth and fifth should be Qin Batian and Su Tianliang. The sixth should be second brother. The corners of LV Itao's mouth curved into a beautiful smile. He already had a certain idea of who would be next. He believed that his deduction was 90% correct. Whoosh! Not long after, another sound broke through the air. The second grand golden door fell from the peak of the smelting trial mountain to the center of the platform. A graceful and free figure slowly walked out from the door. Her graceful body was surrounded by stars, mysterious and beautiful. The number one genius of the Jade Lady Star Court, Luo Xing. As soon as Luo Xing appeared, she naturally attracted the gazes of countless people on the platform. Luo Xing's title as the number one beauty in the province was not baseless. The mysterious aura she faintly emitted attracted everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. Even the indifferent LV Itao, after seeing Luo Xing's appearance, an almost imperceptible passion appeared in the depths of his eyes. On the platform, the master of the meteorite gently exhaled as a relaxed smile appeared on her face. Luo Xing's appearance had caused her originally worried heart to slowly relax. Although she was extremely confident in Luo Xing's strength, there were endless possibilities within the smelting trial mountain. It was hard to guarantee that one would be unlucky enough to encounter an element that one could not resist and be unlucky enough to be eliminated. Walking out of the golden door, Luo Xing scanned the surroundings of the platform and bowed respectfully to the meteorite garden master who was not far away. Soon after, he came to the bottom of the heaven and earth monolith. Luo Xing stopped slightly away from LV Itao, whether intentionally or not. This caused LV Itao, who had originally wanted to greet her, to have an awkward expression. However, LV Itao was not an ordinary person. He smiled elegantly and directly came to a spot near Luo Xing, saying, "Sister Luo Xing seems to have gained quite a bit from the smelting trial mountain." Luo Xing smiled faintly, saying, "Young Master LV must be joking. It's not like you don't know the rules of the smelting trial mountain. The treasures and risks are directly proportional. The stronger the opponent you encounter, the more valuable the treasures will be. This is especially true for those battles where the weak defeated the strong. Unfortunately, our cultivations are too high. Even if we encounter a third will Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, the smelting trial mountain will still assume that the difficulty of the trial isn't high. The treasures that will be given out will only be ordinary." Luo Xing shook her head slightly when she spoke up to this point. A trace of regret appeared on her pretty face. In the smelting trial mountain, the strong might not necessarily be able to obtain good treasures. The good treasures were usually left for those geniuses who could defeat the strong. However, Luo Xing's strength was second only to LV Itao. The other geniuses were completely unable to withstand a single blow from her. This was why Luo Xing's gains in the smelting trial mountain were inferior to some second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. LV Itao nodded in deep agreement. He smiled bitterly, "The treasures I obtained in the smelting trial mountain were even worse than yours. There was even a round where I encountered a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Because that person directly forfeited, I didn't even see the shadow of a treasure in that round." A trace of astonishment appeared on Luo Xing's pretty face when she heard this. She had never imagined that LV Itao would be even more unlucky than her. Swoosh! 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 Another 3 whizzing sounds rang out at the same time. Then, 3 golden doors landed on the platform at the same time. The 3 doors opened at the same time and 3 figures flashed out, arriving below the worldly monolith with lightning speed. Swoosh swoosh. At the same time, the gazes of everyone on the platform gathered curiously on the 3 figures that had appeared at the same time. For a moment, an uproar immediately rang out on the platform. The 3 of them had outstanding bearings and powerful auras. The undulations from their bodies were extremely terrifying. One of them wore blood-red robes and carried a blood-red longsword on his back. His body was filled with the stench of blood. He was the #1 genius of the ruling sword clan. Zhu Qi, the one on Zhu Qi's left, had bulging muscles all over his body. He was 3 meters tall and stood there like a metal tower. He was the #1 genius of the ever-prosper Marquis household, Qin Batian. The one on Zhu Qi's right had a sinister and cold aura, like a venomous snake hiding in the dark. His entire body emitted a terrifying chill. He was the #1 genius of the Marquis household, Su Tianliang. Ha! So the 3 of us have actually appeared together. Looks like the 3 of us should be tied for 3rd place. Qin Batian looked at Zhu Qi and Su Tianliang beside him and laughed loudly. Zhu Qi glanced at Qin Batian and ignored him. Instead, he slowly walked towards the bottom of the worldly monolith and sat down with his legs crossed. His eyes were slightly closed and he looked like he did not want anyone to disturb him. Su Tianliang's eyes flickered with a sinister light. He also ignored Qin Batian and looked at Su Chang not far away. His expression became somewhat unnatural. At this moment, Su Chang saw Su Tianliang come out and hurriedly transmitted a message. Tianliang. Do you know how your second brother died? Who killed him? Su Tianliang nodded his head and replied, Father. Second brother was killed by that little bastard Zhuowen. Originally, I wanted to get rid of that Zhuowen in the dark forest, but that brat was too slippery. In the end, that little bastard escaped. What? He was killed by Zhuowen. Hearing this, Su Chang sucked in a breath of cold air. His gaze instantly turned gloomy. He never would have thought that Su Liang would die at the hands of Zhuowen. One must know that he originally wanted to rope in Zhuowen, but now things had turned out like this. Lu Nantian also noticed Su Chang's abnormality. At the same time, he saw Su Tianliang's unnatural expression and knew that the father and son were transmitting a message. As for the content of the message, although he did not know, seeing Su Chang's ugly expression, it probably had something to do with Su Liang. However, this was after all someone else's family matter. Lu Nantian naturally did not intend to poke his nose into other people's business. Instead, his gaze returned to the front of the platform. He knew that the 6th person to appear on the platform was about to appear. Furthermore, if he guessed correctly, the 6th person should be his second son, LV Yongsheng. Whoosh! Chapter 491. The shock of the 5 great geniuses rumble. The 6th golden door smashed onto the platform, and an ancient aura slowly flowed out, attracting everyone's attention. Even LV Yitao, Luo Xing and the other geniuses, who had already come out, opened their eyes at this moment. Their gazes slowly landed on the 6th golden door. They already had a vague guess about the owner of this door. My second brother should be coming out soon. LV Yitao said with a faint smile. LV Yongsheng is the strongest genius outside of the 5 of us. He's at least at the peak of the initial stage of the Ultimate Emperor stage, and there are very few people who can match him. The 6th golden door should belong to LV Yongsheng. Luo Xing nodded in agreement. That may not be the case. I've heard that the #1 genius of Ling Tian City, Ling Wushuang, is also at the initial stage of the Ultimate Emperor stage. If LV Yongsheng encounters Ling Wushuang, he may not be able to gain the upper hand. Zhu Qi slowly stood up, his body still giving off a thick stench of blood. His blood-red eyes stared provocatively at Luo Xing as he calmly retorted. Luo Xing frowned slightly. For some unknown reason, Zhu Qi of the Imperial Sword Gate actually faintly felt a trace of enmity towards her. This caused her to be somewhat baffled. However, she did not wish to bicker with Zhu Qi. Shaking her head, she shifted her gaze towards the golden door in front of her. Seeing Luo Xing's indifferent attitude, the veins in Zhu Qi's eyes surged, and he showed signs of losing control. He coldly laughed as he stared at the golden door. Lv Tao glanced at Zhu Qi, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. He somewhat understood why Zhu Qi was so hostile towards Luo Xing. It had to be said that many years ago, before Luo Xing had risen to prominence, Zhu Qi was publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius below Lv Tao. He was a young expert second only to Lv Tao. From the powerful aura that faintly leaked out from Zhu Qi's body, it could be seen that Zhu Qi was much more powerful than Su Tianliang and Qin Batian. He had clearly stepped into the ultimate stage of the fourth wheel emperor stage. However, Luo Xing's powerful rise a few years ago had only managed to suppress Zhu Qi's name. Now, Luo Xing's fame had completely overshadowed Zhu Qi's. Instead, he had become publicly acknowledged as the second youngest expert in Muqin County. Zhu Qi, on the other hand, had unknowingly been surpassed by Luo Xing. Zhu Qi's character was like a sword. He was extremely unyielding and stubborn. At the same time, he was also very proud and aloof. If someone didn't defeat him directly, he wouldn't acknowledge them at all. Lv Tao's strength was indisputable, and Zhu Qi was naturally convinced. However, Luo Xing had only risen for a few years, and had actually surpassed him in fame. Luo Xing had not even competed with Zhu Qi. Naturally, Zhu Qi was not convinced in his heart. Therefore, his attitude towards Luo Xing was naturally somewhat like finding fault with nothing. Brother Zhu Qi. That's a little inaccurate. Although Ling Wushuang is also an ultimate emperor with 3 wheels, he has only broken through recently. There's still a huge gap between him and the peak of the early stage of the 3rd wheel. If they really do meet, the victor will probably still be my brother. Lv Tao smiled faintly as he stared at Zhu Qi and spoke word by word. Zhu Qi's expression changed slightly when he heard that. Lv Tao's words clearly contained a warning. Although he was extremely displeased with Luo Xing, he still did not dare to offend Lv Tao carelessly. He knew just how terrifying Lv Tao was. Zhu Qi's eyes flickered. He nodded and walked to a corner. Creak. The golden door suddenly swung open and a figure immediately shot out. She gently landed in the center of the ground and slowly stood up. She extended her arms, revealing a graceful waist. The figure was a woman in her 20s. Although she was nowhere near as beautiful as Luo Xing, the heroic bearing she gave off gave her a special aura. She also attracted the gazes of many people. Whoosh! 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 Countless gazes gathered on the graceful figure. Immediately, the entire platform fell silent. Even Lv Tao, who had been filled with anticipation, froze because this person was not Lv Yongsheng at all. Ling Wushuang. Frowning, Lv Tao revealed the identity of this heroic woman. Luo Xing, Qin Batian, Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi, who were in a corner, all stared blankly at Ling Wushuang, who was still somewhat at a loss, with a trace of disbelief on their faces. At the front of the platform, Lu Nantian and Lu Yuanhua, who had been filled with anticipation, were also stunned. The smiles on their faces froze like ice. What's going on? The 6th person to come out is actually Ling Tian City's Ling Wushuang. Lu Nantian frowned. Father, you don't need to worry. After all, Zhuowen is a grade 4 arcana master and is quite powerful. Second brother will probably need to expend some effort to deal with that Zhuowen. That's why he's been delayed. Lu Yuanhua hurriedly said. Although he loathed Zhuowen's strength was without a doubt. His second brother would definitely need to expend some effort to defeat him. That's right. Zhuowen is indeed powerful. If he wasn't unlucky enough to meet Yongsheng, he would have no problem passing the trial mountain. If Yongsheng wants to defeat him, he'll need to expend some effort. Lu Nantian nodded in agreement. The worry in his heart gradually faded. Although he had thought that Lv Yongsheng might lose, the probability of that happening was very low. After all, LV Yongsheng had a demonic weapon like the blood demon corroding bone spear. Feeling the gazes from all around her, Ling Wushuang's expression froze. She didn't think that she would attract so much attention after coming out of the trial mountain. Her footsteps shifted slightly as she hurriedly avoided the gazes of many people and arrived at the bottom of the boundary monument. Ling Wushuang. Who's your opponent in the last round? Just as Ling Wushuang arrived at the boundary monument, LV Yitao's indifferent voice suddenly sounded. However, there was a slight fluctuation in his voice. Evidently, LV Yitao's emotions weren't as calm as he appeared to be. Hearing this, Ling Wushuang looked at LV Yitao in surprise. She didn't think that LV Yitao, who was usually high and mighty, would suddenly ask her a question. She was at a loss as to what to do. I was rather lucky in the last round. I met an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator with 2 wheels. He should be a genius from some super city, so I easily defeated him, Ling Wushuang obediently replied. A monstrous genius like LV Yitao wasn't someone she could offend, so Ling Wushuang did her best to appear more respectful. Oh. Looks like second brother didn't meet you. Then who did he meet? Hearing this, LV Yitao's expression became serious. There weren't many cultivators who had reached the Ultimate Emperor realm in the Trial Mountain. Apart from the 5 of them, there was only Ling Wushuang from Ling Tian City. Since all 6 of them had come out, there shouldn't be anyone who was a match for LV Yongsheng. However, why hadn't LV Yongsheng appeared yet? LV Yongsheng met Zhuowen in the last round. Su Tianliang suddenly said. When he was communicating with Su Chang had already told him about the battle between Zhuowen and LV Yongsheng, so he spoke without hesitation. That Zhuowen from a low-level city? Looks like that Zhuowen is rather unlucky to have met that brat LV Yongsheng, Qin Batian suddenly said with a gloating smile. Zhuowen expressionlessly nodded, while LV Yitao let out a sigh of relief. He knew how strong that Zhuowen was. He was only at the Ultimate Emperor realm, and would not be able to retaliate against LV Yongsheng at all. However, what puzzled LV Yitao was that LV Yongsheng still hadn't come out. Could it be that LV Yongsheng had encountered some sort of fortuitous encounter? Was that why he was late? Luo Xing, who originally had a calm expression, frowned slightly when she heard the 2 words Zhuowen. She had often heard about this Zhuowen from Qin Lian. It was said that his talent was pretty good, and that he was a grade 3 arcana master. However, Zhuowen's strength was too low, so Luo Xing didn't take him seriously at all. When she heard that Zhuowen's opponent was LV Yongsheng, she shook her head and said to herself, this Zhuowen is really unlucky. After meeting LV Yongsheng, he will probably be eliminated. That girl Qin Lian trusts Zhuowen too much. If she knows that this time, Zhuowen will be eliminated, I'm afraid that she won't get close to him in the future. This is also good. After all, no matter how talented that Zhuowen is, it's impossible for him to compare to the geniuses of the 5 super forces. Seeing the looks of contempt on the faces of LV Yitao and the others, Su Tianliang's face was filled with a cold smile as he continued, however, I can reveal something in advance. It is said that Zhuowen is already a rank 4 Arcana Master. If LV Yongsheng wants to defeat Zhuowen, it will not be that easy. Boom! When Su Tianliang's words came out, the 4 people on the worldly tablet were instantly stunned, and the expressions on their faces completely froze. Grade 4 Arcana Master. To everyone's surprise, the first to speak was the calm Luo Xing. At this moment, Luo Xing's face was filled with shock, and her beautiful eyes stared straight at Su Tianliang. She was a little doubtful of the authenticity of Su Tianliang's words. Su Tianliang. You can't be making fun of me, right? That Zhuowen is probably not even 20 years old. How can he be a grade 4 Arcana Master at such a young age? There should be a limit to your lies. Qin Batian hurriedly questioned. Su Tianliang, words are no proof. Show me some evidence. Zhu Qi's gaze was gloomy. He also didn't believe Su Tianliang's words. On the other hand, Lv Tao didn't say anything, but his eyes flickered. He finally understood why there was a trace of uneasiness in his heart. It seemed that the problem was with this Zhuowen. Evidence. My father told me personally. Do you think that my father, as the master of the Marquis House of Baichuan, would lie? Zhuo Wen, that little bastard, is indeed a rank for Arcana Master. If you don't believe me, you can ask your elders. They all saw it clearly on the worldly monolith. Su Tianliang coldly snorted. When the other four heard this, they naturally transmitted messages to their elders to verify. In the end, they confirmed that Su Tianliang was right. Zhuowen was indeed a grade 4 Arcana Master. I didn't expect him to really be a grade 4 Arcana Master. This Zhuowen seems to be a monster. To be able to become a grade 4 Arcana Master before the age of 20, it seems that Lv Yongxing's battle will be rather difficult. Qin Batian was still somewhat shocked. On the other hand, Luo Xing's gaze was rather complicated. The Zhuowen that she originally didn't care about was actually a grade 4 Arcana Master. She couldn't help but take him seriously. Chapter 492. The last golden gate. As time gradually passed, golden doors continuously descended from the peak of the training mountain. In an instant, the platform was practically filled with dense and majestic golden doors, looking extremely majestic and magnificent. The cultivators who walked out of the golden gates were all excited and happy. They knew that they had obtained the qualifications to enter the third level of the Vitality Tower. In an instant, the originally deserted platform became even more lively. Most of the cultivators who came out spontaneously stood under the worldly monolith. Some of the city lords on the platform were happy, while others were sad. When they saw their own geniuses come out, they couldn't wait to rush to the bottom of the worldly monolith to check the condition of their geniuses. After all, they would enter the third level of the Vitality Tower after the second level. The third level was much more brutal than the second level. Therefore, they had to ensure that their geniuses were in peak condition to reduce the chances of being eliminated. In the crowd, Qiu Chou and Ouyang Yintu were also very nervous. More than 500 golden gates had already descended on the platform, but they still hadn't seen Ouyang Hanchuan's shadow. Naturally, their expressions weren't too good. Why hasn't Hanxian come out yet? Could he have been eliminated? Ouyang Yintu asked worriedly. There are still about 500 spots left. It's too early to make a conclusion. Maybe Hanxian is in the next batch. Qiu Chou shook his head. Hearing this, Ouyang Yintu could only suppress the uneasiness in his heart. His gaze was fixed on the worldly monolith. He hoped that the next golden gate would be Ouyang Hanchuan's. When more than 600 golden gates descended, Ouyang Hanxian, who was in a sorry state, rushed out of the golden gate. He looked around and tacitly walked to a corner under the worldly monolith to heal his injuries. He's out. Hanxian really didn't disappoint us. He really won the last round of the competition. Looking at the somewhat miserable figure on the heaven and earth tablet, Ouyang Yintu and Qiu Chou's faces were filled with joy. Not far away, Guyuetian also saw Ouyang Hanxian. A forced smile appeared on his face as he hurriedly congratulated the two. Congratulations. Hanxian was lucky this time. The opponent he met wasn't too strong. Brother Gu, you don't have to worry. Zhuowen isn't simple. Maybe he can win in the end. Qiu Chou and Ouyang Yintu naturally returned the greeting. Qiu Chou patted Guyutian's shoulder and earnestly consoled him. Then, the two of them rushed towards Ouyang Yintu. They had to hurry up and heal Ouyang Hanchuan's injury so that they could deal with the third floor's trial. Watching Zhuowen and Zhuowen leave in a hurry, the smile on Guyutian's face was especially bitter. He sighed softly and muttered to himself, although Zhuowen's chances of winning are very slim, he is still a grade 4 Arcana Master. Even if he is eliminated in this competition, his future is still limitless. Although he felt that it was a pity that Zhuowen would be eliminated, Gu Tian felt a lot better when he remembered that Zhuowen was still a grade 4 Arcana Master. The tension in his heart also lessened a lot. Time passed minute by minute and soon, nearly 800 golden doors had descended on the platform. Among them, Qing Lian of the Jade Maiden Star Court also appeared from a golden door. She looked around and directly came to Luo Xing's side. Luo Xing's beautiful eyes stared at Qing Lian, who was in a slightly sorry state. She put her hand on Qing Lian's shoulder and a vigorous force of the world entered her body. Under the effect of this force, Qing Lian's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Many thanks, senior sister Luo Xing. Qing Lian's pretty face was slightly happy. She hurriedly cupped her hands and her beautiful eyes swept across the platform as if she was looking for something. However, it seemed that she didn't find the person she was looking for and a trace of disappointment appeared on her pretty face. Luo Xing's eyes were unique and naturally noticed Qing Lian's little movements. She smiled slightly and said, "Qing Lian. Are you looking for Zhuowen?" "Ah. No. Senior sister, you misunderstood. I'm not looking for him." Hearing this, Qing Lian exclaimed softly. Immediately, a trace of crimson appeared on her delicate cheeks. Her beautiful eyes didn't dare to look directly at Luo Xing in front of her. Shaking her head, Luo Xing patted Qing Lian's shoulder helplessly and said with a smile, "Your expression has already betrayed you. However, I can tell you that Zhuowen has probably been eliminated." "What? It shouldn't be. Zhuowen's strength is very strong. Unless he encounters the top geniuses of the 5 superpowers, it's impossible for him to be eliminated on the trial mountain. Besides, Zhuowen is a 4th-grade arcanist. Except for the top geniuses like Lve Tao and Senior Sister, I'm afraid there are not many people in the Vitality Tower who can be a match for Zhuowen." Hearing this, Qing Lian was shocked and shook her head repeatedly. "It seems that you also know that Zhuowen is a 4th-grade arcanist. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Luo Xing suddenly became serious and said with some displeasure. Even though Luo Xing's temper wasn't bad, she didn't like people purposely hiding things from her, especially when it was something as important as this. If Zhuowen really was a rank 4 Arcana Master, then it was absolutely necessary to rope him in. If Qing Lian had told Luo Xing earlier, Luo Xing would have directly found Zhuowen and roped him into the Jade Lady Astral Court. Now that Zhuowen's secret was completely known by others, it would be even more difficult to rope him in. After all, the other superpowers would compete with the Jade Lady Astral Court for Zhuowen, a genius. Qing Lian was stunned. She knew that Luo Xing had misunderstood her. She secretly told Luo Xing about her experience in the Dark Forest and some of the grievances between Zhuowen and Su Tianliang. After listening to Qing Lian's story, Luo Xing's beautiful eyes shrank. She also knew that she had misunderstood Qing Lian. She thought that Zhuowen was really bold. He actually dared to kill Su Liang directly. At the same time, she also felt that Su Liang's behavior was extremely shameless. Try not to tell anyone about this matter. Otherwise, Marquis House of Baichuan is likely to hate you. If Zhuowen killed Su Liang, Su Tianliang and Marquis House of Baichuan will not let this matter go. We can try our best to help Zhuowen contain Marquis House of Baichuan. In this way, we can win Zhuowen's favor and try our best to let Zhuowen join our Jade Lady Astral Court. Such a talent will be of great help to our Jade Lady Astral Court." Luo Xing thought for a while and said to Qing Lian. Before, she didn't know that Zhuowen's mental strength was so high, so she didn't care. Now that she knew, she would never miss this opportunity. Seeing that Luo Xing valued Zhuowen so much, Qing Lian didn't know why, but she felt a trace of joy and excitement in her heart. Time flowed like flowing water. The number of golden doors on the platform gradually increased. When the number of golden doors reached 900, Lve Tao's brows were tightly knitted together. He never expected LV Yongxing to still not come out. Wasn't this a little too slow? Was Zhuowen really that difficult to deal with? Not far away, Lu Nanshan's expression was somewhat strange. He felt a faint trace of uneasiness in his heart. LV Yongxing still hadn't come out, which made him nervous. Standing beside Lu Nantian, Lu Yuanhua was no longer calm. Although he had always believed that LV Yongxing wouldn't fail, now that LV Yongxing still hadn't come out, Lu Yuanhua began to worry. Is Zhuowen really so difficult to deal with? Even second brother finds it difficult to deal with him. Why hasn't he come out yet? Muttering in a low voice, Lu Yuanhua's eyes were still fixed on the sky above the disk of heaven and earth. Finally, when the people in the 999th Golden Door came out, the platform suddenly became quiet. This was because there was still no trace of Zhuowen or LV Yongxing. There's only one Golden Door left. It seems that the last place should be decided between Zhuowen and LV Yongxing. Yes. The battle between the two of them must be extremely fierce. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dragged on until now. I just don't know who will win. It should be LV Yongxing. Zhuowen's mental strength of lower level 4 is strong, but LV Yongxing's blood demon corroding bone spear is an extremely terrifying demon weapon. It's extremely powerful. Zhuowen may not be his opponent. Discussions occasionally sounded on the somewhat quiet platform, all of which revolved around Zhuowen and LV Yongxing. Most of the people held their breaths and began to quietly wait for the final result to appear. Even LV Yitao, who looked indifferent, was extremely restless at this moment. His eyes flickered as he stared fixedly at the sky above the disk of heaven and earth. Luo Xing's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of curiosity. She also wanted to know what the final result would be. Would Zhuowen have the last laugh, or would LV Yongxing be the final winner? In fact, at this moment, most people were leaning towards LV Yongxing. After all, LV Yongxing was an expert on the Green Emperor list. Although he was at the bottom, he was still on the Green Emperor list. This was not something that ordinary people could achieve. Therefore, LV Yongxing's chances of winning were much higher than Zhuowen's. Under the expectant gazes of countless people, the sound of something breaking through the air finally resounded. Soon after, a golden ray of light cut through the void and fiercely smashed into the platform, directly smashing a huge pit. The ground cracked and waves of air swirled about. Swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, everyone's eyes on the platform converged on the last golden door. They knew that the last place was about to be revealed. Creak! The noise of the door axle rubbing against each other instantly rang out, causing the heartbeat of everyone on the platform to quicken. Under countless expectant gazes, the golden door finally opened completely, and an extremely sorry figure violently shot out from it. This figure was extremely miserable. The clothes on his upper body were almost torn to shreds, revealing a strong upper body that was riddled with scars. A gentle breeze blew, and his shoulder-length black hair fluttered in the wind. This figure looked sad, beautiful, and fierce. When everyone's gazes converged on this figure's face, what they saw was a handsome and youthful face. Then, the entire platform fell into complete silence. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 493. A sensational result. A ray of warm sunlight poured down from the sky, sprinkling on the unruly figure bathed in blood. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and everyone's eyes reflected the figure of the young man in front of them. The huge platform fell into a short silence. Whether it was the leaders of the various cities on the platform or the thousands of contestants below the disk of heaven and earth, they all stared at the figure in a daze. Whoa! After a moment of silence, a noisy uproar suddenly boiled up in the crowd. Everyone went crazy, everyone couldn't believe it. No one had expected that in the confrontation between Zhuowen and LV Yongxing, the one who had the last laugh would actually be Zhuowen, a kid from a low-level city. Although Zhuowen had been in the limelight all this time, he had even obtained a heaven-level imprint in the training square. He had also defeated geniuses like Lu Yuanhua and Ling Xiaodao, and was a 4th-rank arcana master. These honors were already heavy enough. However, when Zhuowen and LV Yongxing met in the final round of the training mountain, everyone felt sorry for Zhuowen. They knew that although Zhuowen was a 4th-rank arcana master, the gap between him and LV Yongxing was enormous. Moreover, LV Yongxing had a terrifying demonic weapon like the blood demon corroding bone spear. Zhuowen's chances of victory were even lower. No one thought that Zhuowen would win, even Rotan Armor City's city lord, Gu Tian, thought so. However, when the final golden door descended and the figure that walked out was Zhuowen, they all understood a shocking fact. LV Yongxing had been defeated, and he had been defeated by Zhuowen. He won. The final victor is Zhuowen. How is this possible? Heavens! This world is too crazy. LV Yongxing is the number 2 genius of the House of Marquis Qin and a monstrous genius on the Azure Emperor list. He actually lost, and he lost to Zhuowen. This Zhuowen really hid his strength well. I originally thought that this kid was only comparable to an ordinary genius, but I'm afraid we were all wrong. This kid is simply a monster. The entire platform was in an uproar. Everyone stared at the slender figure in ragged clothes in front of them. Their gazes had changed. At the front of the group, 5 overlords were also stunned. Among them, the master of the meteorite, Xian Yuanli, and the other 3 turned their heads, their gazes converged on Lu Nantian at the back. At this moment, Lu Nantian's pupils had shrunk to the size of a needle and his face was slightly pale. However, he was after all an ambitious and ruthless person. He quickly returned to normal and sighed, "This Zhuowen has once again exceeded my expectations." Even Yongxing was defeated. Second brother was defeated. This Zhuowen must have used some despicable method to defeat second brother. It must be. Father, you must capture this bastard. This kid used despicable methods. It's not a fair fight. Behind Lu Nantian, Lu Yuanhua was completely stunned. He screamed sharply, his face filled with malevolence and hatred. The master of the meteorite, Xian Yuanli, and the other 3 overlords frowned when they saw Lu Yuanhua's unreasonable behavior. This Lu Yuanhua was obviously far-fetched. LV Yongxing was a genius of the Azure Emperor ranking list. How could he have been defeated by a sneak attack? Besides, Zhuowen was in a sorry state. It was obvious that he had fought with LV Yongxing. He had defeated LV Yongxing head-on. Lu Nantian frowned and scolded coldly, "Yuanhua. Don't mess around. If your second brother was defeated by a sneak attack, then he deserved it." LV Yuanhua's body trembled slightly when he heard this. However, he remained completely silent and no longer spoke. LV Nantian's meaning was already very clear. LV Yongxing had truly been defeated by Zhuowen in a head-on confrontation. After all, any schemes were completely useless in front of an expert. Below the heaven and earth monolith, Lu Yitao, Luo Xing, Qin Batian, Su Tianliang, and Zhu Qi were all staring at Zhuowen. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They hadn't expected that the final victor would be Zhuowen. One had to know that although LV Yongxing's cultivation wasn't as high as the 5 of them, being able to enter the Azure Emperor list wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Lu Yuanhua's strength was even comparable to a 3-wheeled Ultimate King Realm expert. How could such an expert be defeated by this unknown Zhuowen? Senior sister Luo Xing. I told you a long time ago that Zhuowen's talent is absolutely top-notch. Now, he has completely proven himself. Qing Lian, who was beside Luo Xing, stared at Zhuowen with her beautiful eyes. Her pretty face flushed red and her eyes turned into crescents. Her face was filled with joy. Although she was also surprised by Zhuowen's victory, she was more happy for Zhuowen. Luo Xing's beautiful eyes flickered. She sighed and said with mixed feelings, I really misjudged him back then. I really didn't expect Zhuowen to be able to reach this step. He already possesses the strength of a top genius in Muqin County. Zhuowen revealed a trace of exhaustion as he walked out of the golden door. LV Yongsheng was just too difficult to deal with. Although most of his injuries had healed under the nourishment of the essence blood in his heart, his mental exhaustion couldn't be recovered so easily. LV Yongsheng alone is already so difficult to deal with. The 5 top geniuses from the 5 superpowers are even stronger than LV Yongsheng. I'm afraid I'm not their match at all. After looking around, Zhuowen's gaze landed on the 5 figures standing proudly below the monolith. The calm LV Yitao, the mysterious and elegant Luo Xing, the bloodthirsty and cold Zhu Qi, the domineering Qin Batian, and the sinister and cruel Su Tianliang. These 5 people were all stronger than LV Yongsheng. They were the true top geniuses of Muqin County's younger generation. This was especially true for LV Yitao and Luo Xing. Zhuowen had never been able to see through them. These 2 people were like a deep pool of water. The deeper one dived into the pool, the more unfathomable it was. Zhuowen. I won't let go of the grudge of my brother's death. You're indeed quite strong to be able to defeat LV Yongsheng, but LV Yongsheng can't even compare to my toes. There's still a long way to go before the Origin Qi Tower. You'd best watch out for your dog life. I'll personally come and take it when the time comes. A cold and sinister voice transmission suddenly sounded in Zhuowen's ears. Zhuowen was startled. Soon after, he slightly raised his head and immediately saw Su Tianliang, who was not far away, coldly staring at him. Zhuowen knew that it was Su Tianliang who had sent him a voice transmission. With a sneer, Zhuowen ignored Su Tianliang. Instead, he found a place to sit cross-legged under the worldly monolith and began to heal his injuries silently. At the same time, he also silently recovered his mental state. Su Tianliang was indeed very strong. Even with his current strength, he didn't have much of a chance of victory if he faced Su Tianliang directly. However, Zhuowen believed in his rate of growth. Back in the mortal level pavilion, LV Yongsheng was a 3-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, while he was only a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Back then, he was like an ant in LV Yongsheng's eyes. But now, LV Yongsheng was completely beneath his feet. Zhuowen believed that the Origin Qi Tower was his opportunity. There were limitless possibilities inside. As long as he was given time, he'd be able to trample Su Tianliang beneath his feet one day. What he lacked now was time. Seeing that Zhuowen was ignoring him, Su Tianliang coldly snorted. In his heart, he'd already sentenced Zhuowen to death. Even if this Zhuowen was a 4th-rank Arcana Master, he'd still thoroughly eliminate this Zhuowen. After Zhuowen Gang found a remote corner and sat down, a somewhat withered hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Soon after, he felt a warm energy continuously being transmitted into his body. Raising his head slightly, Zhuowen immediately saw a smiling Qiu Chou. Behind him were Ouyang Yuntu and Ouyang Hanxian. Senior Qiu. Zhuowen wanted to get up, but was stopped by Qiu Chou. Don't get up yet. Your injuries are quite serious. Let me help you suppress the injuries in your body first. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He knew that this was Qiu Chou's good intentions, so he didn't refuse. Feeling the steady flow of energy, the trace of fatigue on Zhuowen's face slowly faded away. Some of the hidden injuries in his body had been directly removed by Qiu Chou. As expected of a 4-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. The energy of the world in his body is actually so abundant. Sensing the energy of the world that Qiu Chou was transmitting into his body, Zhuowen couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise on his face. After about 10 breaths of time, Qiu Chou slowly withdrew his right hand. A trace of fatigue appeared on his wrinkled face. He smiled, Zhuowen, I've already removed the hidden injuries in your body. The third floor of the Origin Chi Tower will open very soon. This way, your chances of passing the third floor will greatly increase. Many thanks, Senior Chiu. Cupping his hands slightly, Zhuowen's face was filled with gratitude. Chiu Cho had done many things for him, so Zhuowen was grateful from the bottom of his heart. However, Chiu Cho waved his hand, there's no need to be so courteous with me. Back in Broken Rock City, if you hadn't used the flames of the earth to expel the cold poison in my body, I wouldn't have been able to recover my strength as a four-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, let alone the current me. Zhuowen revealed a wisp of a bitter smile when he heard this. Chiu Cho was a person who attached great importance to kindness. Speaking of which, Chiu Cho had helped him a few times in the past, and it was actually already sufficient to repay Zhuowen's kindness. However, Chiu Cho still spared no effort to help him, and this caused Zhuowen to be rather moved in his heart. Brother Zhuo, you've really done something extremely sensational. I really didn't expect you to actually defeat LV Yongsheng. Moreover, you're a 4th grade Arcana Master. In the future, your meteoric rise won't be far off. Ouyang Hanxuan's gaze was fixed on Zhuowen. His face was filled with emotion and admiration. Zhuowen's strength had already far exceeded his imagination. One had to know that a genius like LV Yongsheng was in existence that he could only look up to. However, he had been directly defeated by Zhuowen. Ouyang Hanxian admired Zhuowen from the bottom of his heart. Just as Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian were happily chatting, Zhuowen was surprised to find that the originally noisy surroundings had suddenly become quiet. Soon after, the crowd in front of him consciously parted to form a path. A fragrant wind drifted past. The graceful figure of Luo Xing, accompanied by a fresh and refined lotus, slowly walked towards the corner where Zhuowen was. Chapter 494. I'm being watched. Naturally, there was a commotion under the heaven and earth monolith. Luo Xing was very famous and was the dream lover of many people. Therefore, when they saw Luo Xing walking directly towards Zhuowen, it naturally attracted many cold and jealous gazes to Zhuowen. Oh! Brother LV, Luo Xing actually went to Zhuowen personally. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Su Tianliang pursed his lips and deliberately laughed. LV Yitao chuckled and said, Zhuowen is a rank 4 Arcana Master, and he even defeated my second brother. Regardless of whether it's his talent or temperament, he far surpasses ordinary geniuses. Luo Xing probably went there to recruit him. Although LV Yitao said this, his slightly clenched fist faintly revealed the restlessness in his heart. Although he knew the reason why Luo Xing was looking for Zhuowen, seeing the woman he liked personally looking for another man, he naturally felt somewhat unhappy in his heart. Moreover, this man was the guy who had defeated his own brother. This made LV Yitao even more unhappy with Zhuowen. However, LV Yitao was a scheming person and did not show it. At this time, Zhuowen felt something and raised his head slightly. He immediately saw Luo Xing's eyes, which were as vast as the starry sky, staring straight at him. In these eyes, Zhuowen was surprised to find that there was a bright starry sky inside. His mind was completely immersed in this starry sky. Fortunately, Zhuowen's mental strength was strong. Mental strength quietly overflowed from his Naiwan palace, and Zhuowen immediately came back to his senses. However, Zhuowen stared at Luo Xing in front of him with fear. Luo Xing was very terrifying. Just a look from her made him feel as if he had fallen into the vast starry sky. If his mental strength was not strong enough, he would definitely have been completely trapped. Seeing that Zhuowen had recovered his senses so quickly, Luo Xing was a little surprised. The corners of her mouth curled into a beautiful smile as she slowly walked over to Zhuowen and said with a faint smile, "This one is Jade Maiden Star, Yuan Luoxing. I have come here to thank young Master Zhuo for lending a helping hand to Qing Lian and Hong Lian." Hearing this, Zhuowen glanced at Qing Lian who was beside Luo Xing. Seeing Qing Lian stick her tongue out at him, he knew that Qin Lian had probably told Luo Xing everything that had happened in the dark forest. Nodding his head, Zhuowen smiled and said, "Miss Luo Xing is too polite. Qinglian has helped me many times. Since she is in trouble, how can I have a reason not to help? Young Master Zhua is loyal and righteous, Luo Xing also admires you greatly. Young Master Zhua, you also know that the Battle of the Vitality Tower is actually a way to select the geniuses of Muqin County to participate in the Battle of the 9 Counties in 3 years. Once the Battle of the Vitality Tower is over, all the major forces in the county have the right to select their geniuses to join their respective forces. Young Master Zhua should also know this, right?" Luo Xing's beautiful eyes flashed as she spoke. Her voice was soft and clear like the chirping of a yellow pearl. After listening to it, one would feel relaxed and happy. After hearing Luo Xing's words, Zhuowen instantly understood why Luo Xing was so enthusiastic. It turned out that she wanted to recruit him into the Jade Maiden Star Court. Just as Luo Xing said, the Battle of the Vitality Tower was actually a way for the major forces in the county to select their geniuses. Through the competition between geniuses, the final winner would be able to catch the eye of the major forces and be recruited into their respective forces. Because the quotas to participate in the Battle of the 9 Counties were in the hands of the major forces in the county, especially the 5 super forces, most of the quotas were in the hands of the major forces. Therefore, if one wanted to participate in the Battle of the 9 Counties, the top event of the Qin Xian dynasty, one must join one of the 5 super forces in order to obtain a quota. Of course, there were exceptions. It was said that on the 4th level of the Vitality Tower, there were extremely large ancient ruins. Within the ancient ruins stood many ancient inheritances. These were all precious treasures left behind by ancient sections. If a genius could enter the 4th level and pass the test of the ancient ruins, as well as successfully obtain an ancient inheritance, then such a top genius would not need to join any force to obtain a quota to participate in the Battle of the 9 Counties. However, in every Battle of the Vitality Tower, only 5 ancient inheritances would appear on the 4th level of the Vitality Tower. To obtain one of the ancient inheritances, one would have to stand out among the many geniuses. Based on the previous Battle of the Vitality Tower, the 5 ancient inheritances were basically monopolized by the top geniuses of the 5 super forces. This year's Battle of the Vitality Tower was probably no exception. Lve Tao, Luo Xing, Zhu Qi, Su Tianyang, and Qin Batian, these 5 top geniuses, would most likely monopolize the 5 inheritances on the 4th level of the Vitality Tower. After all, these 5 were veteran experts on the Green Emperor list. In Muqin County, no one could shake them. Although Zhuowen had defeated Lv Yongsheng, in the eyes of most people, although Zhuowen's strength was not bad, there was still a certain gap between him and these top geniuses. When the time came for him to enter the 4th level, it was likely that he would not have the strength to compete with them. After hearing about the many benefits of ancient inheritances, Zhuowen was quite curious and eager to enter the 4th level of the Vitality Tower. He knew that if he could obtain an ancient inheritance, it would be immensely beneficial to him. Young Master Zhua. Our Jade Lady Astral Court has cultivated several level 4 arcanists. In fact, we have a lot of experience in the aspect of mental strength. I think if you join our Jade Lady Astral Court, you should be able to benefit a lot. Of course, in terms of treatment and resources, we will spare no effort to assist you. Luo Xing also noticed that Zhuowen in front of her was a little absent-minded. She could not help but raise her voice a little, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange color. It should be known that Luo Xing was the #1 beauty of the prefecture. Whether it was in terms of appearance or temperament, she could be said to be one of a kind. Countless young talents in the prefecture had a crush on her. Moreover, even the #1 genius of the house of Marquis Qin, Lve Tao, had a very good impression of Luo Xing. This was enough to show her charm. Although Luo Xing was not narcissistic, she also knew how attractive her charm was to men. As long as she stood in front of a man, those men would do their best to please her, and even deliberately flatter her. However, Zhuo Wen's behavior caused Luo Xing to be extremely surprised. She had taken the initiative to look for Zhuo Wen, but Zhuo Wen was completely unperturbed. In fact, he was even a little absent-minded. This caused Luo Xing to doubt her own charm. Coming back to his senses, Zhuo Wen smiled apologetically and said, "Miss Luo Xing's conditions are very good, but this kind of thing should be discussed after the end of the Vitality Tower battle. It's a little too early to talk about it now." Seeing Zhuo Wen refuse so bluntly, Luo Xing and Qing Liang were stunned. Qing Lian said somewhat anxiously, "Zhuo Wen, I'm afraid you don't know the power senior sister Luo Xing has in the Star Court, right? As long as you agree to senior sister Luo Xing's conditions, you will be the focus of the Jade Lady Star Court's training, and the treatment you will receive will not be any less than senior sister Luo Xing's." Zhuo Wen shook his head and said with a smile, "I personally like to be free and don't like to be bound by power disputes. If you really want to talk about this, let's wait until the Yuan Qi Tower battle is over. Zhuo Wen, you should know that our Jade Lady Star Court is a power second only to the House of Marquis Qin in the province capital. With your aptitude, if you enter the Jade Lady Star Court, your strength will definitely soar by leaps and bounds. Are you going to refuse such a good thing?" Luo Xing clenched her silver teeth and asked in a somewhat unconvinced manner. This was the first time that she had encountered such a rejection. Naturally, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart and her tone became extremely forceful. Luo Xing's tone made Zhuo Wen's eyes narrow. He said lightly, "Miss Luo Xing, you don't allow me to refuse? Isn't this choice a person's freedom?" Luo Xing was startled when she heard this. She once again glanced at Zhuo Wen in front of her. Her pretty eyes contained a trace of complexity. Her loss of self-control earlier caused her to feel a little embarrassed. Her face was burning hot. Fortunately, she hid it well and did not reveal an overly obvious loss of self-control. Since young Master Zhuo wants to wait until the Yuan Qi Tower battle is over, then Luo Xing will not force you. I will take my leave first. A trace of regret appeared on Luo Xing's pretty face. She bowed slightly and left with Qing Lian. Looking at Luo Xing's departing figure, Zhuo Wen's eyes were solemn. Luo Xing was really not ordinary. Although she was polite in front of Zhuo Wen, the sharp aura faintly emitted from her body made Zhuo Wen know that this woman was not as gentle as she looked on the surface. The top geniuses of the 5 superpowers are really not to be trifled with. Sighing lightly, Zhuo Wen's face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. The pressure that Su Tianliang alone gave him was heavy enough. This Luo Xing was even more terrifying than Su Tianliang, and needless to say, Lvitao, who was known as the #1 expert of the younger generation in Muqing County. These 5 people were simply abnormal. With Zhuo Wen's current strength, he could not afford to offend any of them. "Boy! You seem to be targeted by someone." Suddenly, little He in his sea of consciousness said such a sentence without rhyme or reason. "You're being targeted? Who is it?" Frowning slightly, Zhuo Wen subconsciously asked. "Baichuan Marquis Su Chang." After Xiao He spat out this sentence, a faintly discernible murderous intent pierced into Zhuo Wen's back like a cold arrow. Zhuo Wen was suddenly frightened, and the hairs on his back stood on end. Following this obscure murderous intent, Zhuo Wen tilted his head slightly and happened to see the short and stout Su Chang, who had a simple and honest expression, in front of the platform. At this moment, he was actually staring at him without blinking. At this moment, Su Chang did not have his usual simple and honest smile at all. Instead, there was a cold expression and a numbing murderous intent in his eyes. In the distance, Su Chang also saw Zhuo Wen's gaze and grinned, revealing a row of cold white teeth. It was like a cold light in the night, causing Zhuo Wen's pupils to shrink to the size of needles. "It seems that Su Chang already knows that you are the murderer of Su Liang," Xiao He said somewhat helplessly in his sea of consciousness. Nodding his head, Zhuowen's expression was extremely ugly. Su Chang of Baichuan Marquis residence was a top expert in Muqing County. It was said that his cultivation was already at the peak of the ultimate nine-will emperor realm. He was only one step away from becoming a powerful existence at the fourth revered emperor realm. Chapter 495. Su Chang's threat. This is the training mountain. Fighting is not allowed here. Su Chang will not risk universal condemnation to harm you. However, once you leave the Vitality Tower, I'm afraid your situation will not be good. Xiao He sternly said in his mind. Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned. Su Chang was indeed a big problem. The current him was not even Su Tianliang's opponent, let alone Su Chang's. If Su Chang insisted on dealing with him, he would be in real danger. Su Chang's son was killed by you. Moreover, he knows the truth of this matter. Therefore, Su Chang will not let this matter rest. I think it's best for you to join one of the super forces. With the protection of a super force, Su Chang will not dare to act rashly. Xiao He suggested. Hearing this, Zhuowen felt a headache. If he had not met Su Tianliang, such a troublesome matter would not have happened. Unfortunately, nothing is absolute in this world. Let's talk about this after the Vitality Tower is over. In the Vitality Tower, Su Chang will not dare to touch me. Zhuowen helplessly said as he rubbed his temples. Dang dang dang. The sound of heavy footsteps could be heard as Su Chang strode towards Zhuowen. When he was within 10 feet of Zhuowen, he stared at Zhuowen with cold eyes. The aura from his body slowly flowed out and the surrounding air seemed to have solidified. Su Chang's actions immediately attracted the attention of many people on the platform. Even Lu Nantian and the master of the meteorite were somewhat puzzled by Su Chang's actions. Why is Su Chang going to Zhuowen's place? Could it be that he wants to directly recruit Zhuowen? The master of the meteorite was somewhat puzzled as he asked. The Vitality Tower battle is not over yet. This is not the time to recruit geniuses. Just now, Brother Su transmitted a message to me saying that he wants to talk to Zhuowen about something. Lu Nantian explained. Oh. I see. Hearing Lu Nantian's words, the others didn't mind. Moreover, they weren't afraid that Su Chang would try to recruit Zhuowen into the 100 Rivers Marquis House. After all, the 100 Rivers Marquis House ranked at the bottom of the 5 superpowers. They didn't think that Su Chang would be able to offer a better deal than Lu Nantian. Zhuowen's eyelids twitched as he looked at Su Chang warily. He secretly circulated the power of heaven and earth in his body to prevent Su Chang from plotting anything. Su Chang stared at Zhuowen indifferently. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a transparent barrier appeared between the two of them. It was specifically used to isolate sound. Zhuowen. I heard from Tianliang that you were the one who killed Su Liang. Su Chang narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. Su Chang's voice was extremely cold, causing a chill to run down Zhuowen's spine. He didn't believe that Su Chang would dare to make a move here. After all, there was an ancient restriction around the Trial Mountain. This restriction wasn't something that an ultimate 9 Wills Emperor Realm cultivator could withstand. After calming down a little, Zhuowen said calmly, I killed Su Liang. He knew that there was no point in denying it now. Since Su Tianliang had already told Su Chang about this matter, there was no point in hiding it. Thus, he might as well admit it. Creak. Hearing this, Su Chang's body clearly trembled. He clenched his fists slightly and his gaze grew colder. He said in a low voice, when you killed him, did you know that he was from the 100 Rivers Marquis House? I did. Zhuowen nodded and said indifferently. Good. You're really something. Zhuowen, do you think that there's an ancient restriction on the Trial Mountain that forbids fighting? Is that why you're so fearless in front of me? Su Chang said coldly as the veins on his forehead bulged. Zhuo Wen nodded in all seriousness. His appearance was extremely infuriating. Su Chang almost couldn't restrain himself from giving Zhuo Wen a fierce slap. However, he still restrained himself and only snorted coldly. Zhuo Wen, I really can't do anything to you in the Vitality Tower. But once you leave the Tower of Vitality, do you think you can escape from the palm of my hand? Now, I'll give you two choices. 1. Join the 100 Rivers Marquee House and serve us unconditionally for 100 years. 2. Be hunted down by the 100 Rivers Marquee House. Su Chang said indifferently. Oh. Are you threatening me? Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed and his face darkened. He hated it when others threatened him, even if it was an ultimate Nine Wills Emperor realm expert like Su Chang. Moreover, Su Chang really thought he was an idiot. Unconditionally serving the 100 Rivers Marquee House for 100 years. Even an idiot wouldn't agree to such unreasonable conditions. If that's what you think, then this is indeed a threat. Don't think you can escape the pursuit of the 100 Rivers Marquee House. Even if you join other forces, I still have many ways to kill you. Unless you stay in the territory of our forces and don't come out. Su Chang sneered. Are you done? If you're done, you can leave. Zhuo Wen glanced at Su Chang indifferently and couldn't be bothered with him. He sat cross-legged on the spot and began to meditate with his eyes closed. With Zhuo Wen's character, he naturally wouldn't be threatened by Su Chang, let alone join the 100 Rivers Marquee House. Therefore, he simply ignored Su Chang. You. Zhuo Wen, you really have guts. Since you don't plan to join the 100 Rivers Marquee House, then wait for the revenge of the 100 Rivers Marquee House after the battle for the Vitality Tower. Su Chang was furious when he saw Zhuo Wen's attitude. He snorted coldly and walked back to the platform with a cold expression. Of course, when he appeared in front of Lu Nantian and the others, he immediately returned to his simple and honest appearance. Kid. This Su Chang is not to be trifled with. Xiao He whispered in his sea of consciousness as soon as Su Chang left. Zhuo Wen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was cold as he watched Su Chang's departing figure. He coldly said, there are many people who want me, Zhuo Wen Ming. Let's see if Su Chang can get me when the time comes. That's right, but you're too weak now. Even Su Tianliang is no match for you, let alone this terrifying Su Chang. Xiao He said with some worry. Strength. I'm still too weak. Zhuo Wen clenched his fists as a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the end, it was still a matter of strength. Although his performance in the Vitality Tower was extraordinary and even a little stunning, this was only relative to the young geniuses. Compared to a veteran expert like Su Chang, Zhuo Wen was too weak. He was so weak that he could be crushed with a single finger. Zhuo Wen knew that if he also had the cultivation of the Ultimate Emperor stage, even if he killed Su Chang's son, Su Chang wouldn't dare do anything to him. Lu Nantian and the others naturally didn't know about the conversation between Su Chang and Zhuo Wen. When they saw Su Chang return, they just casually asked a few questions and didn't meddle. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, when the commotion on the platform had subsided a little, Lu Nantian finally spoke. Everyone. Congratulations on passing all the stages of the Trial Mountain. At the same time, you have also obtained the qualifications to enter the third level of the Vitality Tower. Let me tell you in advance that the third level is even more cruel than the second level. Only by passing the third level's test can you finally enter the fourth level, the final level of the Vitality Tower. At this point, Lu Nantian looked around and continued, what exactly is on the fourth level of the Vitality Tower? I'm sure most of you already know. I think that most of the true geniuses entering the Vitality Tower are actually aiming for the fourth level of the Vitality Tower. This is because the fourth level of the Vitality Tower contains ancient ruins. In these ruins, there are complete ancient inheritances. These inheritances are all passed down by the powerful sects of the ancient era. To put it bluntly, obtaining a complete inheritance is actually not inferior to obtaining half of the House of Marquis Qin's resources. Moreover, this inheritance completely belongs to the individual. When Lu Nantian mentioned the fourth level of the Vitality Tower, whether it was the city lords on the platform or the contestants below the firmament monolith, their breathing became rapid. Their eyes were filled with a blazing color. Most of the geniuses risked their lives to participate in the Vitality Tower battle. Aside from obtaining a spot to participate in the Battle of the Nine Counties, there was another goal. In fact, it was the ancient inheritance on the fourth level of the Vitality Tower. In the ancient era, geniuses gathered together and martial arts flourished. There were countless emperor-level experts and saints. There were even supreme experts who stepped into the deity realm. Shattering the void and cracking the earth was just a matter of raising their hand. It was precisely because of the glory of the ancient era that sects stood in great numbers. Experts came forth in large numbers. Almost every sect had extremely powerful inheritances. Possessing these inheritances meant that one had obtained the key to becoming a supreme expert. They were very clear that as long as they obtained an inheritance, they would almost certainly become a supreme expert. Moreover, their future cultivation path would become exceptionally smooth. How many cultivators could resist such a temptation? Moreover, the resources inside an ancient inheritance were extremely abundant. It was even more abundant than the House of Marquis Qin. These resources were self-evident to cultivators. Therefore, there were so many geniuses who wanted to participate in the cruel competition of the Vitality Tower battle. However, only 5 people could obtain an ancient inheritance each time. These 5 were peerless geniuses who were selected from hundreds of thousands of forces and millions of geniuses. Only these 1 in 10,000 geniuses had the qualifications to receive an ancient inheritance. Moreover, it was only the qualifications because there were extremely difficult tests in the ancient inheritance. If you couldn't pass the tests, you would directly fall in the inheritance. This kind of thing happened frequently in the previous Vitality Tower battles. In each Vitality Tower battle, it was already extremely lucky for one genius to obtain an ancient inheritance. It was said that in the previous Vitality Tower battle, the House of Marquis Qin's Lu Hantian was a peerless genius. His talent and strength were several times stronger than the current Luitao. With Lu Hantian's strength and talent, it was actually extremely easy for him to obtain a complete inheritance. However, this person's temperament was wanton and unrestrained. After entering the 4th floor, he insisted on choosing the most terrifying blood demon inheritance. It was said that the blood demon inheritance was ranked in the top 3 in terms of difficulty among all the inheritances on the 4th floor. Of course, the more difficult an inheritance was, the more powerful it was. The foundation of the blood demon inheritance was far from being comparable to the House of Marquis Qin. Chapter 496. Spirit and Flesh United, Immortality. Lu Nantian saw the passionate expressions of the geniuses below the worldly monolith. Nodding slightly, Lu Nantian said loudly, "The Vitality Tower is filled with countless miracles. As long as you have the strength and luck, you can transform from a sparrow into a phoenix, from a cocoon into a butterfly. The 3rd level of the Vitality Tower will open in 3 days. In these 3 days, you all should rest well and face the test of the 3rd level in your peak condition." After speaking, Lu Nantian slowly returned to the platform and discussed something with the other 4 magnates. Seeing that there were still 3 days before the 3rd level of the Vitality Tower opened, the geniuses below the worldly monolith all let out a sigh of relief. Fighting 10 rounds in a row in the trial mountain was extremely exhausting. Although their respective elders were circulating their energy to treat their injuries, it was not easy to recover from mental exhaustion. 3 days was enough for them to raise their mental state to its peak. Therefore, as soon as Lu Nantian finished speaking, the geniuses below the worldly monolith quickly sat cross-legged on the ground and began to silently adjust their mental states. They hoped that they could enter the third level in their peak condition in 3 days. There are still 3 days left. I can use these 3 days to comprehend the Nirvana Vairocana. I wonder if I can try to cultivate the first level of the Nirvana Vairocana, Zhuowen thought to himself as he sat in a corner below the worldly monolith. As he spoke, Zhuowen closed his eyes and sank his mind into his knowledge sea. In the center of his knowledge sea, there was a dazzling golden torrent. This golden torrent was formed by the golden skeleton in the last hall. It contained the contents of the Nirvana Vairocana. The golden torrent drifted aimlessly in the dark and empty sea of consciousness. It was like a rootless duckweed, drifting with the waves. Below the golden torrent, a black puppy stood with its paws behind its back, looking up at the golden torrent. "Xiao He. Have you found any tricks?" Zhuowen asked softly as he walked over to Xiao He. This great Nirvana sun is indeed extremely profound. This Dragon Lord has already studied it for half a day, but I still only know half of it. I dare to say that this monarch tier body refinement technique is absolutely extraordinary. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be so profound. Xiao He tilted her head slightly and stared cautiously at Zhuowen. There was a strange look in the depths of her eyes. Is it very profound? Even you can't understand it? Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. Xiao He's background was mysterious, and she was much more experienced than he was. If even Xiao He could not figure it out, then there was no way he could. Who says this Dragon Master doesn't know anything? I'm just saying that I don't quite understand. It's not like I don't know anything. Hearing Zhuowen's words, Xiao He was flustered and exasperated. Oh. You found some clues. Zhuowen was instantly overjoyed. I've indeed found some clues. However, if you want to cultivate the great Nirvana sun, the process will be more difficult. To tell you the truth, the cultivation method of this body refinement technique is fundamentally different from other body refinement techniques. In other words, this great Nirvana sun is not as simple as the jade stone body refinement technique that you cultivated previously. It's a strange technique that combines mental energy and the physical body. When Xiao He said this, a strange look appeared on her face. She had seen many body refinement techniques, but she had never seen such a technique that required the combination of mental energy and the physical body. One must know that mental energy was a kind of illusory energy, while the physical body was substantial. The two were not of the same nature at all. When the two were combined, it gave off an extremely strange feeling. Combination of mental energy and the physical body. Xiao He, you're not talking nonsense, are you? Hearing this, Zhuowen was stunned and a strange look appeared on his face. Mental energy and the physical body were not of the same nature. How could the two be combined? In Zhuowen's opinion, this was something that was impossible. Damn it, you actually dare to doubt me. If you don't believe me, take a look at the content of this great Nirvana sun. Seeing that Zhuowen was doubting her, Xiao He was instantly flustered and exasperated. She snorted coldly and waved her little claws. Immediately, a portion of the golden torrent turned into a stream of information and burrowed into Zhuowen's mind. Feeling the information that suddenly appeared in his mind, Zhuowen also began to study it seriously. The contents were all analyzed by Xiao He. However, as he continued to study it, Zhuowen's expression also became serious. This was because the contents of this information were actually very similar to what Xiao He had said. There was a sentence that left a deep impression on Zhuowen: combination of spirit and body, immortality and indestructibility. The meaning of the information was that only by combining the spirit and body, would one be able to achieve immortality and indestructibility. Combination of spirit and body was the so-called combination of mental energy and the physical body. As for the method to allow the mental energy in the Nylon Palace to fuse with the physical body, this information also mentioned in detail. Furthermore, the combination of spirit and body was only the beginning stage of the great nirvana sun. Only by achieving the combination of spirit and body would one have the qualifications to cultivate the great nirvana sun. Brat. This dragon lord did not lie to you, right? If you want to cultivate the great nirvana sun, then you must combine your spirit and body. Only by achieving this will one have the qualifications to cultivate the great nirvana sun. Xiao He, who was nearby, coldly snorted. After regaining his senses, Zhuowen said somewhat bitterly, "This great nirvana sun is really unique. Isn't the cultivation method too harsh? It actually requires the combination of spirit and body. Furthermore, according to the introduction in this information, this kind of combination of spirit and body is extremely painful. I'm afraid that it will be exceptionally difficult to cultivate. Opportunities and risks are directly proportional. If you want to obtain great power, then you must pay a corresponding price. Otherwise, do you think that those ultimate practitioners were picked up from the streets? They were all tempered through countless amounts of blood and fire. Furthermore, this great nirvana sun is probably not simple. If you are able to successfully cultivate it, you will benefit immensely." Xiao He crossed her arms in front of her chest and revealed a faint smile on her face. Hearing this, Zhuowen pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "Isn't it just a little pain? It's not like I haven't eaten it before. Even if I die from the pain, I will cultivate this great nirvana sun." Zhuowen knew that his current situation was not too good. Not only was Su Tianliang eyeing him covetously within the Origin Qi Tower, but once he exited the Origin Qi Tower, then Su Chang would probably also target him. Now, he had to raise his strength in a short period of time. After all, a little more strength now meant a little more chance of survival. Seeing that Zhuowen was preparing to cultivate the great nirvana sun, the corners of Xiao He's mouth revealed a trace of a happy smile as she secretly said in her heart, "Brat. The might of this great nirvana sun will definitely not disappoint you. Of course, the prerequisite is that you are able to successfully cultivate it." Since he had already decided to cultivate the great nirvana sun, Zhuowen planned to use the remaining 3 days to properly comprehend the contents of the great nirvana sun. It would be best if he could reach the realm of soul and body fusion, then he would be able to completely grasp the basics of the technique. Under the heaven and earth monolith, the 1,000 geniuses were basically sitting cross-legged on the ground as they began to adjust their state of mind. None of them were idle. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with a solemn atmosphere. Many of the leaders on the platform also stood quietly by the side. They did not dare to disturb the geniuses' cultivation and adjustment under the heaven and earth monolith. After all, the following battles would be even more intense. They did not want to distract the geniuses. At the front of the group, the 5 magnates were chatting happily. Only the Marquis of Baichuan was unusually silent. Lu Nantian and the rest did not pay attention to Su Chang's strange behavior. They only thought that Su Chang was thinking about something. At this moment, Su Chang's gaze was focused on the group behind him. His eyes flickered as if he was looking for someone. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a sinister old man. The old man seemed to sense something and tilted his head slightly. He immediately saw the Marquis of Baichuan staring at him. Startled, he wanted to turn his head away. Su Chang was the leader of one of the 5 superpowers. He could not afford to offend him. "Old man everlasting. There's no need to hide from me. I have some matters to discuss with you." The moment the old man turned his head away, a cold voice rang out in his ears. The old man's body trembled. He knew that Su Chang was really looking for him. He complained in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he replied respectfully, "I wonder why Lord Su Chang is looking for this lowly one. I heard that the 3 ultimate king realm geniuses of your tyrant Chu city all died in the dark forest." Su Chang's voice was slightly careless, as if he was talking about an old story. The old man's body trembled when he heard this. He clenched his fists tightly and a trace of deep hatred appeared in his eyes. He said in a low voice, Lord Su Chang's information is indeed fast. Lu Che and the other two were too weak. They deserve to die in the dark forest. Old man everlasting. There's no need to misunderstand. I'm not making fun of you. I heard that your tyrant Chu city has some grudges with Zhuowen. Lu Che and the other two chased after Zhuowen when he went to the dark forest. Now that they're dead, I'm afraid it was Zhuowen who did it, right? Su Chang said unhurriedly. The old man's eyes flickered. The trace of anger on his face gradually disappeared. After a moment of silence, he said, since Lord Su Chang already knows, why did you come looking for this old man to talk about this? He. That Zhuowen killed 3 of your tyrant Chu city's geniuses, causing your tyrant Chu city to be eliminated at the 2nd level. Don't tell me you don't hate that Zhuowen. Su Chang's voice contained a trace of indescribable meaning. Hate. Of course I hate him. Right now, I can't wait for Zhuowen to suffer a fate worse than death. I can't wait to kill that little bastard with my own hands. But that little bastard is a grade 4 Arcana Master. He's probably already been noticed by Lord Lu Nantian. What's the point of hating him? With that little bastard Zhuowen's status as a grade 4 Arcana Master, Lord Lu Nantian will definitely focus on nurturing him. At this point, the old man's entire body trembled violently. However, in the end, he sighed dejectedly. He had originally planned to kill Zhuowen, but after learning that Zhuowen was a grade 4 Arcana Master, he knew that he no longer had a chance. If he dared to make a move, Lu Nantian would be the first to not let him off. Chapter 497. Attacking the Baihui acupoint. The old man's eyes lit up at first, but then they gradually dimmed. He said calmly, Lord Su Chang. Zhuowen was able to become a grade 4 Arcana Master at such a young age. Marquis Lu is probably paying close attention to him, right? This old man still has some self-awareness. He can't be provoked now. What? You're the city lord of Tyrant Chu City. Your own genius has been killed, and now you don't even dare to make a move. Su Chang narrowed his eyes, and his voice became cold. Everlasting old man's expression changed slightly. He knew that Su Chang was basically sending him to his death by asking him to kill Zhuowen. Even if he killed Zhuowen, he probably wouldn't be able to survive. My apologies. Lord Su Chang, this Zhuowen can't be touched now. Forgive this old man for being powerless. The old man cupped his hands from afar and ignored Su Chang. He knew that Zhuowen must have offended Su Chang in some way for Su Chang to be in such a hurry to get him to deal with Zhuowen. After cursing Zhuowen for being such a troublemaker in his heart, he was about to leave. However, Su Chang's next words caused him to freeze on the spot. Old man. You have to go now even if you don't want to. If you don't go, your tyrant Chu city will cease to exist after the Origin Chi Tower ends. If you still want to be the city lord of tyrant Chu city, you'd better listen to this lord's orders, Su Chang said sinisterly. The old man's expression became extremely unsightly. Su Chang was actually threatening him. This made him both shocked and angry. He said in a deep voice, Lord Su Chang, aren't you going too far? Moreover, you're so strong. You should be more confident in killing Zhuowen. If this lord could kill that little bastard Zhuowen, this lord would have done it long ago. It's a pity that there's an ancient seal around the Trial Mountain. This seal has the effect of suppressing ultimate emperors of the 5th wheel and above. With my strength, I'll definitely suffer a backlash if I take action. Moreover, will Lu Nantian not stop me? Su Chang's voice became increasingly impatient. A trace of killing intent began to surface in his sinister eyes. The Wuji old man had rejected him many times, which had caused Su Chang's killing intent to rise. Now, you only have one choice. If you don't do as I say, you and Chu Ba Cheng will both disappear. The everlasting old man's face was pale, his body was trembling, and cold sweat covered his forehead. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, Lord Su Chang, please give your orders. This old man will act according to your instructions. He. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? But you can rest assured. Even if you kill Zhuowen, if that Lu Nantian takes his anger out on you, this Lord will help you keep him busy. This Lord will also protect your life and give you an earth-rank soul treasure as compensation, Su Chang said indifferently. The Wuji old man's expression eased up slightly when he heard that. If Su Chang was really willing to give him an earth-rank soul treasure and protect his life at a critical moment, killing Zhuowen would not be impossible. This Lord Su Chang's words carry enormous weight. This Lord Su Chang will definitely take care of this matter. However, this Zhuowen is not simple. He's abnormally cunning and probably has many trump cards. It won't be that easy to kill him instantly. If we can't kill him in a short amount of time, the consequences will be unthinkable, the Wuji old man said worriedly. Humph. If an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator like you can't kill a junior like Zhuowen instantly, then there's no need for you to live. Just die. You'd best find a good opportunity to act. No matter how strong that Zhuowen is, he's no match for an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator, Su Chang said coldly. The Wuji old man's face paled slightly. He hurriedly nodded, yes. This lord understands. The Wuji old man and Su Chang discussed the specifics of the assassination before returning to their respective places as if nothing had happened. Zhuowen. Looks like the heavens are on my side. I originally thought that I wouldn't have a chance to kill you. But now it's a godsend opportunity. Even Lord Su Chang wants you dead. You won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. The Wuji old man clenched his fists as his gaze turned cold. He peered through the gaps in the crowd and stared at Zhuowen's back in a corner below the monolith. He sneered. He knew that what he needed to do right now was to find a chance to kill Zhuowen in a single strike. Therefore, after thinking hard for a while, he knew that the best time to make a move was when the third floor opened. At that time, most people's attention would be on the entrance to the third floor, and they wouldn't notice the movements on the platform at all. As long as he acted quickly, even an expert like Lu Nantian might not be able to stop him in time. Once he killed Zhuowen, Lu Nantian probably wouldn't make things difficult for him over a dead genius if Su Chang pleaded on his behalf. Zhuowen. You will die in 3 days. Enjoy the time you have left. The everlasting old man stared at Zhuowen's figure with a sinister gaze and chuckled sinisterly. Zhuowen, who was below the heaven and earth monolith, naturally didn't know about the Wuji old man and Su Chang's secret plot. At the moment, he was immersed in his sea of consciousness, silently studying how to get started with the great Nirvana Sunday inside the sea of consciousness, which was as deep as the void. Zhuowen, who was the manifestation of his mind, was sitting cross-legged in the center of the sea of consciousness. Surging golden torrents surrounded Zhuowen, radiating golden light everywhere, solemn and sacred. The fusion of spirit and flesh will make one immortal. There are a total of 365 acupuncture points in the human body, and the 365 acupuncture points are connected to countless meridians. Only by using mental strength to open up all the acupuncture points and allow mental strength to enter the meridians of the entire body through the acupuncture points, the fusion of spirit and flesh will naturally be completed. As he muttered to himself, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze flickered with a blazing bright light. He was immersed in the golden torrent, and he repeatedly recited the boundless information of the grand sun nirvana that was contained within the golden torrent. Finally, he found a trace of an opportunity for his soul and body to merge. As everyone knew, the meridians in the human body were as numerous as the stars in the night sky. There were simply too many to count. The difficulty of fusing mental strength into the meridians was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, the acupuncture points in the human body were closely connected to the meridians. If the meridians were compared to bridges, then the acupuncture points would be the islands that connected the bridge. 360 islands were connected to each other. No matter which acupuncture point one started from, it would be possible to circle around and return to the starting point. If one relied on acupuncture points, then it would be much easier for mental strength to fuse with the meridians of the human body. One only needed to use mental strength to open up the acupuncture points, and then continuously channel mental strength into the corresponding acupuncture points. Then, through the connection between the acupuncture points, mental strength would be able to follow the meridians and cover the entire human body. This way, the fusion of spirit and flesh would be much easier. Kid. Your comprehension is not bad. You actually thought of this method. Using the acupuncture points as the starting point, you can continuously channel mental strength into the various meridians. By the side, Xiaohei's small eyes immediately brightened when it heard this. The gaze it used to look at Zhuo Wen had become somewhat strange. It had never thought of such a method. However, this brat was able to comprehend it in such a short period of time. This level of comprehension ability far exceeded that of an ordinary genius. This is merely my idea. Whether it will work or not, I will have to try it first before I know. Zhuo Wen's gaze was burning, but he still forced himself to calm down. He knew that if this method worked, then it would be much easier to reach the beginner level of Great Nirvana Sun. Furthermore, he also wanted to know what kind of changes would occur to his strength once he mastered such a profound technique. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Wen began to silently activate the mental strength in his Naiwen Palace. Among the 365 acupuncture points in the human body, the most important acupuncture point was undoubtedly the Baihui acupuncture point. The Baihui acupuncture point was located at the intersection between the middle of the head and the tips of the ears. As long as one used mental strength to break through the Baihui acupuncture point, then the following acupuncture points would not be as difficult. Let's see if I can break through this Baihui acupuncture point. If I can break through it, then my idea is basically feasible. As he muttered to himself, Zhuo Wen's movements were not slow. He slowly activated the mental strength in his Naiwen Palace, slowly extending it from between his eyebrows to the Baihui acupuncture point at the top of his head. The formless mental strength was like a hunting python, slowly approaching the vicinity of the Baihui acupuncture point. Whine. When the mental strength neared the Baihui acupuncture point, Zhuo Wen suddenly felt a resistance, as if he had entered a swamp. It was as if there was an extremely hard wall within the Baihui acupuncture point, preventing Zhuo Wen from moving forward. The resistance of this Baihui acupuncture point is actually so strong. My mental strength is at the rank 4 initial stage, but under this resistance, it is actually unable to move forward. It seems that I need to increase the output of my mental strength. Frowning slightly, Zhuo Wen knew that this Baihui acupuncture point was not so easy to break through. Thus, he began to slowly increase the output of his mental strength in his Naiwen Palace. In an instant, the small stream of mental strength that was originally like a small stream suddenly became several times thicker, like a river. Still can't break through. Although his mental strength had increased several times, the resistance of the Baihui acupuncture point was getting stronger and stronger. His mental strength was still unable to move forward, and even retreated slightly under the effect of the Baihui acupuncture point. Humph. Let's go all out. Seeing this situation, Zhuo Wen knew that if he did not use all his strength, he would not be able to break through the Baihui acupuncture point. With a cold snort, he began to mobilize all the mental strength in his body, attacking the Baihui acupuncture point at the top of his head with all his might. Boom boom boom. Low and deep muffled sounds continued to be emitted from Zhuo Wen's body, immediately causing the geniuses nearby to frown slightly. Their gazes gathered on Zhuo Wen's side, but none of them dared to make a sound when they saw that it was Zhuo Wen who had made the sound. The matter of Zhuo Wen defeating LV Yongsheng was now known to everyone. They already knew that this young man, who came from a low-level city, was probably only below the 5 great geniuses in strength. Other than the 5 great geniuses, there were not many people here who could compete with Zhuowen. Naturally, Zhuowen was not aware of what was happening outside. At this moment, he was controlling the mental strength in his Naiwen palace, continuously attacking the Baihui acupuncture point. Chapter 498. Changes swish swish. The moment Zhuowen vomited blood, countless gazes gathered on the platform as a sliver of astonishment surfaced on everyone's faces. Why was Zhuowen vomiting blood while he was recuperating? However, a few people with good eyesight also discovered that Zhuowen was currently cultivating some kind of cultivation technique, unlike the other geniuses who were adjusting their condition and recuperating. Isn't Zhuowen trying too hard? He's about to open the 3rd level, and he's still trying to cultivate. Heh. Such a method is extremely stupid. How can one's cultivation improve by another level in a short 3 days? This Zhuowen is probably too eager to improve. Now that he has suffered a backlash from his cultivation method, he deserves it. Many people in the surroundings looked at the injured Zhuowen with mocking gazes. There were even a few geniuses who originally did not think highly of Zhuowen's background, who rejoiced in his misfortune. The 5 geniuses sitting cross-legged at the center of the crowd were also attracted by the commotion caused by Zhuowen. Each of them had different expressions. Lv Yitao's expression was still indifferent, and no one could tell what he was feeling. Luo Xing was expressionless and did not show much emotion. Qin Batian glanced at Zhuowen in astonishment. Zhu Qi completely ignored Zhuowen, while Su Tianliang sneered again and again. Everyone on the platform had different expressions, but the majority of them were looking at Zhuowen with mocking gazes. The only ones who were worried were Guyu Tian, Qiu Chou, and Ouyang Yintu. Hidden in the depths of the crowd, old man Wuji's eyes flickered as he stared coldly at Zhuowen like a venomous snake. He said in a low voice, "This kid is injured now. It's the best time to act," but, at this point, old man Wuji also looked at the front of the platform, where Lu Nantian and the rest were also attracted by Zhuowen. He shook his head slightly and coldly snorted, "Now is not the time. Let's let this Zhuowen live for a while longer." At this moment, Zhuowen did not have the energy to pay attention to the expressions of the people outside. At this moment, he was struggling to resist the backlash from his Baihui acupoint. Just now, when Zhuowen had used all of his mental energy to bombard his Baihui acupoint, it was indeed quite effective. The barrier of the Baihui acupoint had been shattered by his mental energy. However, what Zhuowen did not expect was that after the barrier of the Baihui acupoint was shattered, there was actually an extremely powerful rebounding force that directly bombarded his mind, causing him to involuntarily vomit blood. At this moment, this repulsive force was like a towering mountain, tightly suppressing Zhuowen's mental energy. Furthermore, what shocked Zhuowen the most was that this strange repulsive force was actually slowly seeping into his Naiwen palace in an attempt to destroy his Naiwen palace. If this energy were to invade his Naiwen palace, although it would not collapse, Zhuowen would definitely suffer a great backlash. At that time, he might even become an idiot. "Block it for me." In the sea of consciousness, Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged, had cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He suddenly shouted out loud, and his mental energy violently surged out like a tidal wave. Boom boom boom. Dense explosive sounds were continuously produced. It was as if millions of bombs had exploded in Zhuowen's body at the same time. The noise was almost non-stop, and many people in the surroundings began to look at the strange Zhuowen with strange expressions. What exactly was Zhuowen doing? Why were there such dense explosive sounds coming from his body? Bang! After using all of his mental energy, Zhuowen finally managed to block the sudden repulsive force from his Baihui acupoint. Lightly exhaling, Zhuowen cursed in a low voice, "What is this thing? How can it be so powerful? This is the potential of your acupoints. You must know that the energy in a human body is limitless, and a cultivator can only use a portion of it. The reason why a cultivator needs to constantly cultivate is actually to use the energy of heaven and earth to unlock their own potential, and thus obtain great strength. At this moment, Xiao He suddenly came to Zhuowen's side. His expression was extremely solemn as he continued, "The countless meridians and acupoints in your body, and even your flesh and blood, all contain limitless potential. Just now, when you forcefully broke the shackles of your Baihui acupoint, the potential contained within naturally flowed out. Fortunately, this is only the potential of your Baihui acupoint, so you were able to barely block it." Potential. Looking at the invisible force in front of his mental energy, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a strange expression. "I broke the barrier of my Baihui acupoint. Will it have any effect on this potential?" Zhuowen suddenly felt a little worried. He. Don't worry, potential needs to be unearthed by a cultivator. As long as you can control this potential, your strength will increase exponentially. Xiao He crossed his arms and laughed. Control this potential. Feeling the heavy pressure in front of his mental energy, Zhuowen's face twitched. Just a portion of the potential that flowed out of his Baihui acupoint was already enough to make him complain endlessly. How could he possibly control all of it? He. However, with the suppression of this potential, I'm afraid that your mental energy will also receive a lot of tempering. It's still too early for you to control this potential. You only need to suppress this potential, then use your mental energy to completely invade your Baihui acupoint. Xiao He pondered for a moment and said. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He could feel that the potential that flowed out of his Baihui acupoint was extremely terrifying. It was even a little wild and untamed. It was absolutely impossible to control it. At least, it was absolutely impossible with his current strength. Just nice, I can use the pressure of this potential to temper my mental energy. Who knows, maybe the myriad evolution scripture might even be able to take another step forward. Pressure was the easiest way to transform into motivation. As the saying goes, if you don't move forward, you'll move backward. Strong pressure was enough to spur a cultivator to constantly move forward. If there was no pressure at all, it would instead cause a cultivator to slack off, causing their cultivation to regress. And now, this surging potential had become a good pressure for Zhuowen to temper his mental energy. Zhuowen knew that there weren't many opportunities to face this kind of pressure, so he had to make good use of it. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's mind settled down. He silently ran the myriad evolution scripture technique. The mental energy in his Naiwan palace swept up like a hurricane, and it began to show signs of constantly growing. Time passed by minute by minute. At this time, the explosive sound in Zhuowen's body had also stopped. It was extremely quiet and peaceful. When the other cultivators saw that Zhuowen was fine, they all curled their lips and no longer paid attention to Zhuowen. Instead, they continued to recuperate and rest. Time flew. When the first ray of sunlight shone down from the sky above the Trial Mountain, many geniuses under the disk of heaven and earth opened their eyes one after another. Their eyes were all blazing with passion. They knew that in a while, the passage to the third level of the Tower of Vitality would open. Even Lv Tao, Luo Xing and the other top geniuses opened their eyes together. In their eyes, there was a hint of expectation. They were also looking forward to the trial test of the Tower of Vitality's third level. In a remote corner, Zhuowen, who seemed to be unknown, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His breathing was even and gentle. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, under the golden torrent, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was a trace of strange golden light surging. These 3 days are equivalent to 3 months of cultivation. Under the suppression of the potential, my mental energy has actually grown by 30%. Now, it has reached the peak of level 4 initial success. It is not far from level 4 advanced success. Moreover, under the effect of the myriad evolution scripture, my mental energy has evolved into 100 strands of mental energy. At this time, Zhuowen's eyes were full of confidence. He could not help but smile. Now, although he could not control the potential of the Baihui acupoint, suppressing it was not a problem at all. This time, I must break through the Baihui acupoint and let the meridians around the Baihui acupoint completely merge with my mental energy. This way, I will be much closer to the beginning of the nirvana of the Great Sun. As he spoke, Zhuowen began to silently mobilize the mental energy in his Naiwen palace. If Zhuowen's mental energy was only as vast as a river before, then his mental energy was now as vast as the ocean. Suppress it for me. With a low shout, countless amounts of mental energy immediately bombarded the invisible potential in front of the Baihui acupoint. Suddenly, the unshakable potential, which was originally like an iron tower, started to shake under the impact of Zhuowen's mental energy. Break it for me directly. At this moment, Zhuowen no longer held back and immediately mobilized even more mental energy. Like a hurricane, it violently bombarded the potential. With a buzzing sound, the originally unstoppable potential was actually suppressed by the mental energy and retreated back into the Baihui acupoint. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the mental energy was like a river entering the sea, violently surging into the Baihui acupoint. The vast and boundless mental energy, with the Baihui acupoint as a base, started to surge in all directions towards the meridians around the Baihui acupoint. Suddenly, the Baihui acupoint emitted a golden light. After the mental energy came into contact with the meridians, it actually emitted a strange golden light. Furthermore, Zhuowen did not know if it was an illusion, but he realized that after the mental energy and the meridians merged, both his meridians and mental energy actually showed signs of strengthening. Below the heaven and earth monolith, everyone stood up and focused their gazes on the sky above the Trial Mountain, waiting for the entrance to the third level to open. No one noticed that at this moment, Zhuowen, who was silently sitting cross-legged on the ground, had a faint golden light emitting from the top of his head. An obscure and powerful aura slowly dissipated from the top of Zhuowen's head. If one did not sense it carefully, they would not be able to sense how powerful this aura was. This also caused no one to notice Zhuowen's abnormality. Dang! Slowly opening his eyes, Zhuowen's eyes had completely turned dark gold. Furthermore, Zhuowen realized that his eyes seemed to be plated with a layer of gold. The scenery outside was also golden. What was even more strange was that his observation skills had increased exponentially. Even if the wind blew past, he could still capture the trajectory of the wind. Is this the change that occurs after the fusion of spirit and body? This feeling is really good. Chapter 499. White Stairs to Heaven. The Baihui acupoint was located at the intersection between the middle of the head and the tips of the ears. It seemed to control all the meridians above the eyes. After the Baihui acupoint was opened by Zhuowen, the surrounding meridians became extremely sharp and powerful under the effect of mental energy. It was under this transformation that Zhuowen's eyes turned into a strange dark gold color. His observation and perception skills were greatly enhanced. So much so that Zhuowen faintly discovered that his control over his body had reached an astonishing level. What a magical feeling! Just by opening the Baihui acupoint, there can actually be such a miraculous change. This great nirvana sun is indeed extraordinary. Feeling the changes in his eyes, Zhuowen's heart was filled with joy. He he! This Dragon Lord has long said that this great nirvana sun is not simple. Now, you have only opened the Baihui acupoint. If you open all the 365 acupoints in your body, I'm afraid that your strength will reach an unprecedented level. Moreover, this is only the entry level of the Great Nirvana Sun. Xiao He lightly smiled. After hearing Xiao He's words, Zhuowen finally realized how amazing this Great Nirvana Sun was. Just opening one acupoint could cause such a huge transformation. If all the acupoints in his body were opened, he would really undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Moreover, this was only the entry level of the Great Nirvana Sun. One must know that above the entry level of the Great Nirvana Sun, there were 5 more levels. If all of them were cultivated to perfection, becoming immortal and indestructible would be a fool's dream. When he thought of this, Zhuowen could not help but smile. This time around, he had really picked up a treasure. The value of this Great Nirvana Sun was probably above his expectations. Brat! What are you smiling foolishly for? The entrance to the 3rd level is about to open. Hurry up and prepare. Xiao Hei suddenly reminded him in his mind. Nodding his head, Zhuowen slowly stood up. He also saw the surrounding geniuses staring at the sky above the training mountain in anticipation. There were even quite a few people who were eager to give it a try. Suddenly, a dark golden light flashed in Zhuowen's eyes. He tilted his head and his gaze immediately focused on the crowd on the platform behind him. Zhuowen's sharp senses allowed him to feel that there was someone staring at him from the crowd. Is it just my imagination? Zhuowen shook his head when he did not discover any suspicious figures in the crowd. Following the others, he raised his head slightly and focused his gaze on the sky. At this moment, the sky was gradually shattering like glass. Clearly, the passageway to the 3rd level was about to appear. Among the crowd, the everlasting old man was hiding in a remote corner. His eyes were filled with surprise as he muttered, "How can this brat's senses be so sharp?" Even from so far away, he could still sense that something was wrong. If I had been a step slower just now, this old man might have been detected by him. Everlasting old man. The 3rd floor is about to open. You have to seize the opportunity to completely annihilate that Zhuowen. Otherwise, the one who will die will be you. A cold voice slowly sounded in Wuxia old man's mind. It was Marquis Baichuan, Su Chang, who was using a voice transmission secret technique to send a message to him. Lord Su Chang, don't worry. The moment the passageway opens later, it will be the time of Zhuowen's death. Now that this old man has fulfilled his promise, I hope Lord Su Chang will fulfill his promise. Wuxia old man's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice. I, Su Chang, am a man of my word. As long as you completely eliminate this Zhuowen, this king will do everything he promised you. You can rest assured. Su Chang's tone became slightly gentler. Thank you, Lord Su Chang. Wuxia old man replied respectfully and said no more. Instead, he concentrated on observing the attention of Lu Nantian and the others, as well as the movements of Zhuowen in front. He needed to find a suitable opportunity to kill in one blow. The passageway to the 3rd level is about to appear. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Dense cracks had appeared on the surface of the canopy in the sky. Finally, with a cracking sound, it shattered into nothingness. On the other side of the sky was an endless stretch of dark void. Whoosh! A blazing white stripe swept over from the void high above. It fluttered like silk, light and elegant. Boom! The endless white strips moved at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, they descended on the platform at the peak of the mountain. The white strips landed on the ground, emitting rays of light. Soon after, the white strips rapidly transformed, directly transforming into a spacious and enormous staircase. The staircase was long and it led to an unknown place on the other side of the platform. Everyone knew that this white staircase should be the passageway to the 3rd level. This staircase is called the White Staircase to Heaven. The other side of the staircase is the 3rd level of the Vitality Tower. However, this staircase is not very stable yet. It still needs the 5 of us to strengthen it a little. At this moment, Lu Nantian finally spoke. Then, he took a step forward and stepped on the air. When he arrived at the top of the White Staircase to Heaven, his eyes became extremely solemn. The other 4 magnates followed closely behind Lu Nantian. I'll have to trouble the 4 of you to assist me. Lu Nantian cupped his hands and said politely. Ha! Brother Lu, you're too polite. This Vitality Tower battle is organized by the 5 of us. We naturally have to do our part to strengthen the staircase to heaven. The master of the meteorite said with a smile. The other 3 nodded in understanding. Among them, Su Chang glanced at Zhuowen with a profound gaze and said with a faint smile, now is not the time to lose. Let's quickly strengthen the staircase to heaven. Lu Nantian nodded and waved his hand. The 5 of them immediately stood in 5 different positions. Their hands formed many seals at the same time. A surge of energy was released from the 5 of them. It turned into a milky white energy in the void and slowly seeped into the white staircase below. Buzz! 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 With the help of the milky white energy, the white staircase buzzed cheerfully. Soon after, under everyone's surprised gazes, it gradually solidified and looked very safe. Below the platform, most of the geniuses stared at this scene in surprise. Zhuowen was no exception. The white staircase to heaven seemed to lead to the outside of the void. Its length was truly unimaginable. Good chance. Now's the time. Zhuowen, you little bastard, die. While everyone's attention was on the white staircase above, a ghostly figure quietly approached the firmament monument. When it was only 10 feet away from the firmament monument, the figure stopped hiding. With a stomp of his foot, a surging aura suddenly burst out. Whoosh! The everlasting old man had a sinister smile on his face. His clothes and white hair fluttered without any wind. With a stomp of his foot, he shot towards Zhuowen at the corner of the firmament monument like an arrow. The aura of an ultimate Emperor realm expert was released without reservation. What's going on? Why is there suddenly such a powerful aura? Could it be that someone wants to fight here? The moment the everlasting old man's aura erupted, whether it was the geniuses below the firmament monument or the many city lords on the platform, their faces were filled with shock. They didn't think that someone would dare to fight so recklessly on the platform. In the corner, Zhuowen's eyelids suddenly twitched. The ominous feeling in his mind grew even stronger. When the everlasting old man completely released his aura, Zhuowen's face completely changed. Everlasting old man, you dare to fight here? Aren't you afraid of Marquis Lu's punishment? Raising his head slightly, Zhuowen immediately saw the limitless old man rushing over. His pupils constricted slightly as he said in a low voice. Punishment? Kiki, this old man won't die. The one who should die should be you. Zhuowen, you killed 3 geniuses of my Chuba city. Do you think this debt can be settled just like that? You'd better go down and accompany Lu Che and the rest. A sharp voice resounded across the entire platform. The everlasting old man instantly appeared above Zhuowen. A pair of skinny hands reached out into the void. Instantly, the surrounding yuan qi exploded and boiled. The airflow swept out and turned into a huge palm that was dozens of feet long. It pressed down on Zhuowen's head. At the same time, the old man was still worried. He formed a seal with his right hand and immediately pulled out a golden talisman from his bosom. He tossed it out violently, and with a flash of golden light, it turned into a huge golden platform in the air. It was like a mountain, and it slammed towards Zhuowen without holding back at all. This old man, a strong sense of danger made Zhuowen's eyes crack. Zhuowen fiercely activated the nirvana of the great sun in his body. The meridians around his Baihui acupoint were tightly glued to his mental energy. Zhuowen's eyes turned dark gold. At this moment, Zhuowen's observation skills had reached an extremely abnormal level. When the palm and golden platform pressed down, Zhuowen instantly saw the trajectory of their descent. His footsteps staggered as he took a series of steps. Boom boom boom. In the nick of time, Zhuowen used the gap between the 2 attacks to finally avoid the direct bombardment of the golden platform and palm. At the same time, Zhuowen activated the blood flames to protect himself. The golden platform and palm finally slammed into the ground. The powerful force caused the ground to crack inch by inch. Countless rocks floated up and dust filled the air. Waves of energy rippled out in all directions, causing some of the surrounding warriors to involuntarily retreat. Pucci. With a groan, Zhuowen violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was like a withered leaf as he flew backwards. The blood flames around his body were unable to withstand a single blow from the shockwave and were directly annihilated. Although Zhuowen dodged the direct bombardment of the golden platform and palm, the two attacks were simply too close to him. Even if he relied on his powerful observation skills to find the flaw and dodge in advance, the shockwave produced by the two attacks landed squarely on his chest. Bang! After flying backwards for more than 10 meters, Zhuowen finally slammed heavily into the ground, creating a huge crater that was dozens of meters wide. Zhuowen's gaze was extremely gloomy. He had never expected that the Wuxia old man would actually dare to make a move on the trial mountain. He had indeed miscalculated on this point. Zhuowen, die. With a cold shout, the Wuxia old man flew straight towards Zhuowen like a hawk. Chapter 500. Ghost Curse Charm. It had only been a blink of an eye since the everlasting old man attacked and Zhuowen was injured. Before anyone could react, Zhuowen had already vomited blood and was injured. Everlasting old man, stop. In the crowd, Qiu Chou, Pu Tian, and Ouyang Yuntu, who had fallen into a daze because of this unforeseen event, reacted at this moment. Their faces were filled with shock and anger. Among them, Qiu Chou let out a loud shout and directly rushed towards the everlasting old man. Qiu Chou! You can't stop me. Zhuowen must die today. The everlasting old man laughed sinisterly and instantly arrived above Zhuowen. His withered arm suddenly stretched out, wanting to grab Zhuowen's neck. Looking at the arm that was getting closer and closer, Zhuowen's heart was beating extremely fast, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. This was a feeling of urgency caused by extreme nervousness. Zhuowen knew that if he was caught by this everlasting old man, he would definitely die. Damn it! Block it for me! With a low roar, Zhuowen desperately activated the mental strength in his Muwan palace. The peak rank for lower realm mental strength poured out like a tide. It was as if the Milky Way had collapsed, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed towards the Wuxia old man. Under the effect of this powerful mental force, the everlasting old man's outstretched hand paused slightly, as if it had sunk into a swamp. Peak level for lesser mastery mentality. Feeling the powerful mental strength in his arm, the Wuxia old man's pupils shrunk imperceptibly. As far as he knew, Zhuowen's mental strength should have just reached level for lower success not long ago. How could it suddenly reach the peak of level for lower success? It's only been 3 days. Has this little bastard's spiritual power improved again? The old man's eyes darkened as he thought of a possibility. The killing intent on his face grew even thicker. The more monstrous Zhuowen's performance was, the more intense the killing intent in his heart became. He couldn't let this kid go so easily. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. It was very possible that in the future, Zhuowen would bring irreparable harm to Chu Ba Cheng and himself. This little bit of mental strength isn't enough to stop this old man. With a sneer, the everlasting old man slashed through the air with his claw. Powerful ripples surged out, instantly breaking through the mental energy on his hand. His claw reached for Zhuowen's forehead without slowing down at all. At this moment, Zhuowen was extremely calm. The dark gold light in his eyes flickered. His observation power had almost reached the pinnacle. Although the everlasting old man's claw was extremely fast, it was like a slow-motion replay in his eyes. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen shifted his feet slightly, miraculously dodging the everlasting old man's claw. However, the powerful gale created by the claw was like compressed gas. It slammed into Zhuowen's chest, causing Zhuowen to grunt and retreat. At the same time, Zhuowen activated his lightning serpent wings and lightning serpent wings. He turned into a streak of lightning and vanished from where he was. The commotion between the everlasting old man and Zhuowen finally attracted the attention of the other geniuses who were watching the staircase. In particular, the geniuses below the monolith were all surprised when they saw how miserable Zhuowen was in front of the everlasting old man. That person seems to be the everlasting old man from the Tyrant Chu city. He's actually so bold to openly attack a genius on the Trial Mountain. I know about the everlasting old man as well. He's an ultimate king with 4 wheels. I don't know why the everlasting old man would attack Zhuowen for no reason, but I'm certain that Zhuowen is dead for sure. Zhuowen is not simple. He looks like he's in a terrible state, but he seems to be able to avoid being hit in his vitals. He's barely dodging the old man's attack. Immediately, all the geniuses on the monolith looked at the everlasting old man and Zhuowen. Their gazes were filled with mockery. Zhuowen's performance had been far too eye-catching recently, so it was quite enjoyable to watch him suffer. The 5 geniuses all noticed the abnormalities as well. When they saw Zhuowen being chased by the everlasting old man, they all had different expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. Among them, Su Tianliang sneered as he took pleasure in the everlasting old man's misfortune. Luo Xing's eyes flickered slightly as she stood to one side. However, she showed no signs of going up to help. Instead, she became silent, which was rare for her. Senior sister Luo Xing. Hurry up and help Zhuowen. The everlasting old man is an ultimate king with 4 wheels. No matter how strong Zhuowen is, he can't survive the everlasting old man's attack. Qing Lian, who was beside Luo Xing, was worried. She looked at Luo Xing with her beautiful eyes and pleaded. Qing Lian. Zhuowen didn't agree to join our Jade Lady Astral Court, so he's not a disciple of our Jade Lady Astral Court. I have no obligation to take the risk to save Zhuowen. Luo Xing frowned slightly and said coldly. Zhuowen's cold refusal had already left Luo Xing with a bad impression of Zhuowen. Therefore, she didn't want to stand out. After all, the everlasting old man was an ultimate king with 4 wheels. He wasn't easy to deal with. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes were filled with sadness when she heard this. She gritted her teeth and was about to rush towards Zhuowen. Unfortunately, she was pulled back by Luo Xing. Luo Xing said indifferently, "This is between Zhuowen and the everlasting old man. We can't interfere." Qing Lian became anxious. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became misty. However, Luo Xing was much stronger than her. If Luo Xing didn't let her go, she wouldn't be able to break free from the former's restraint. The 5 magnates on the white sky staircase also noticed the strange movement below. When they saw the everlasting old man attacking Zhuowen without permission, they were all surprised. Lu Nanshan's eyes flashed with anger. Long before the opening of the Tower of Vitality, he had already made a rule that the leaders of the forces couldn't attack the juniors in the Tower of Vitality. The juniors could settle the grudges between themselves. And now, Old Man Wuji's actions were clearly treating his words as wind past his ears. How could Lu Nantian not be angry in his heart? He snorted coldly and said loudly, "Old Man Wuji, why haven't you stopped yet? If you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite." In the distance, the everlasting old man who was constantly attacking paused slightly after hearing Lu Nanshan's cold shout. His eyes flashed and he didn't answer Lu Nantian. Instead, he attacked Zhuowen even more crazily. He was determined to kill Zhuowen. Good, good. Everlasting old man, you're really courting death. Wait until I stabilize the white sky staircase, then you'll have to accept my punishment. Lu Nantian was so angry at the everlasting old man's attitude that he laughed. His eyes finally emitted a cold light as he said to the other 4, "The 4 of you, quickly deal with this white sky staircase. This everlasting old man is really going against the heavens." The meteorite garden master, Qin Ye, and Xianyuanli nodded. Only Su Chang's eyes flickered as he secretly kept an eye on Zhuowen. He was determined to kill Zhuowen. Therefore, he could only try his best to delay LV Nantian so that old man Wuji would have sufficient time. At this time, the everlasting old man was getting more and more shocked. It had been 5 breaths since he attacked, but he still couldn't take down Zhuowen. Zhuowen was like a loach, extremely slippery. Moreover, he seemed to have the ability to predict the future. The moment the everlasting old man was about to attack, Zhuowen would dodge ahead of time. He was only hit by the aftershocks. At this time, Zhuowen wasn't having a good time. Although he had avoided fatal injuries many times, the everlasting old man was an ultimate Emperor realm expert. Just the aftershocks were enough to make him suffer. Under the impact of the aftershocks, Zhuowen's muscles were almost torn apart. Blood gushed out from his wounds like a faucet. Zhuowen's movements also became increasingly sluggish. Everlasting old man. Stop it, you old bastard. Qiu Chao's roar rolled over. 30 meters behind the everlasting old man, Qiu Chao's eyes were scarlet red as he rushed over at extreme speed. Seeing Qiu Chou getting closer and closer, the everlasting old man's heart sank to the extreme. He knew that once Qiu Chou arrived, he really wouldn't have the chance to kill Zhuowen. This little bastard must die. A sliver of resentment flashed through his eyes. The everlasting old man fished out a strange black talisman from his bosom again. The surface of the talisman was filled with strands of dense black mist. An unpleasant smell spread out, like the smell of rotting corpses. I really never thought that I would need to use the resentful ghost talisman to kill a little bastard like you. You should be able to die in peace to this talisman. With a sinister laugh, the everlasting old man suddenly crushed the black talisman in his hand. Immediately, countless strands of dense black mist surged out like tentacles, directly enveloping the bloodied Zhuowen. More and more black mist surged out, wrapping around Zhuowen layer by layer. In the end, Zhuowen's figure completely vanished. The black mist churned, forming a huge black egg that was several meters large. Swish! Qiu Chou took a step in the air and instantly arrived behind the everlasting old man. He pressed his right hand against the everlasting old man's back as his eyes were filled with shock and fury. Qiu Chou! You've come too late this time. This Zhuowen is dead for sure. Even a rank 4 Arcana Master can't survive the resentful ghost talisman. The everlasting old man laughed sinisterly. His skinny hand instantly extended behind him, directly smashing into Qiu Chao's palm. A powerful aura spread out. Boom! Shockwaves spread out as the surrounding space collapsed. The everlasting old man's expression changed slightly. He took a step in the air and immediately retreated over 10 steps. He narrowed his eyes at Qiu Chou. You've actually reached the peak of the ultimate emperor realm. Qiu Chou completely ignored the everlasting old man's words. He took a step and instantly arrived before the black egg. With a loud roar, he clenched his hand into a fist. Countless strands of golden light surged out as he punched out. Immediately, the sky changed color, the air boiled, and space collapsed. Bang! Chapter 501. The everlasting old man's death thump. 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 More than 10 meters away, Qiu Chou stomped on the ground and barely managed to stabilize himself. His gaze became extremely gloomy. He didn't expect the strange black egg in front of him to be so hard. His full-strength attack didn't leave a single mark on the black egg. Instead, he was forced back by the recoil. Qiu Chao's situation was also seen by everyone present. Immediately, an uproar arose. Everyone looked at the giant egg in the middle of the field with extremely serious gazes. I didn't expect it to be the resentful ghost curse talisman. This is the everlasting old man's painstaking work. It said that the everlasting old man occasionally makes an extremely strange talisman. The everlasting old man has studied talismans for so many years, but he only made one resentful ghost curse talisman. Today, he actually used it on Zhuowen. This Zhuowen is really unlucky. I don't know how he offended the everlasting old man. Under the effect of the resentful ghost curse talisman, this kid is finished no matter how heaven-defying he is. Countless people in the field burst into discussion. Among them, the 5 great geniuses' expressions changed. They had heard of the resentful ghost curse talisman before. It was said that even an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator would find it difficult to get out if they were trapped inside. Qing Lian. Do you know why I didn't help this Zhuowen before? This everlasting old man isn't easy to deal with. This resentful ghost curse talisman is very strange. Although I can resist it, the price is too high. Luo Xing explained in a low voice. Although Zhuowen was a rare genius, it was impossible for Luo Xing to take such a big risk for someone who was not even a member of their Jade Lady Celestial Court. Qing Lian stared blankly at the black egg in the distance. A line of clear tears streamed down her face. She lowered her head in silence, but her heart felt like it was being shattered. Qiu Chou. Don't waste your energy. The outer layer of the resentful ghost curse talisman is extremely hard. Even an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator might not be able to break it. Hehe, you can wait here for 3 days. 3 days later, the black egg will dissipate on its own. At that time, you can collect this little demon's corpse. The everlasting old man said coldly. Qiu Chou's eyes spat fire as he stared at the everlasting old man with gritted teeth. He had obviously heard of the resentful ghost curse talisman before. It was said that Qiu Chou had spent over a decade traveling through various cemeteries in Muqing County to absorb the yin qi within them. It was extremely powerful. The most terrifying thing about this talisman was that it was filled with endless negative emotions. It was formed by the combination of the resentment of billions of vengeful souls. Even an ultimate 5-wheel emperor would be deeply affected if he fell into it. He might even be driven mad. Aside from the boundless resentment, there was also the terrifying yin qi that the Wuji old man had accumulated over the years. Even an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator might not be able to last 3 days with this amount of yin qi, let alone Zhuowen, who had yet to reach the ultimate Emperor realm. Everlasting old man. You old bastard. Marquis Lu has already made a rule that the leaders of organizations cannot fight within the Qi Tower. Now that you've openly attacked Zhuowen, just wait for Marquis Lu's wrath. Guyu Tian arrived at this moment. His face paled when he saw that even Qiu Chou was unable to do anything to the strange black egg. He pointed at the everlasting old man and cursed. Zhuowen was the hope of their Rattan armor city. Guyu Tian's mood was evident now that he had been killed just like that. An ant-like existence dares to curse me? The everlasting old man's face darkened when he saw Guyu Tian speak rudely to him. Who was Guyu Tian? He was only the city lord of a low-level city. He wasn't even an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator, yet he dared to be cursed at by the everlasting old man. He must be tired of living. The everlasting old man snorted coldly and waved his right hand. A powerful force swept out, turning into a huge palm that was dozens of meters long. It directly pressed down on Guyu Tian. Boom! However, when the huge palm was only a few meters away from Guyu Tian, it was instantly shattered by a powerful force. It shattered into countless streams of energy that scattered in all directions. The everlasting old man's face paled slightly. He groaned and retreated more than 10 steps. Whoosh! 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 5 figures instantly appeared in the air. They were the magnates of the 5 superpowers. Their leader, Lu Nantian, had an extremely ugly expression. Especially when he saw the black egg that had appeared in the open space, his eyes darkened to the extreme. He hadn't expected the everlasting old man to use the resentful ghost curse talisman against Zhuowen. Although the resentful ghost curse talisman wasn't much of a problem for him, he was currently in the mountain of trials. The ancient seal here had an extremely strong suppressive effect on someone as powerful as him. Therefore, he could only use the strength of a fifth-wheel Emperor Realm cultivator. With this kind of strength, it was barely enough to break through the outer shell of the resentful ghost curse talisman. Lu Nantian was truly enraged when he thought about how a talented spiritual energy genius like Zhuoan had fallen in front of him. Coldly staring at the everlasting old man, Lu Nantian slowly walked towards the old man. An aura like that of a primordial beast burst out as he coldly said, "Everlasting old man. Didn't I tell you to stop just now? Why didn't you stop? Do you not put me in your eyes?" Boom! The aura within Lu Nantian's body exploded. In an instant, countless streams of air flowed with him as the center, forming astral winds around him. There were faint signs of space distorting. Just his aura alone was already so terrifying. This Lu Nantian was indeed worthy of being the #1 expert in Muqin County. The everlasting old man was covered in cold sweat. His throat trembled as he said, "Marquis. It's not that this old man didn't listen to your orders. It's just that this Zhuoan killed 3 geniuses of our tyrant Chu city in the dark forest. This old man couldn't swallow this kind of blood feud, so I lost my rationality and attacked." As he spoke, the everlasting old man stole a glance at the expressionless Su Chang behind Lu Nantian. He knew that Su Chang was probably going to help him out. At this moment, Su Chang's eyelids twitched. Feeling the terrifying aura and violent emotions from Lu Nantian, Su Chang knew that the importance this Lu Nantian attached to Zhuoan was beyond his expectations. Frowning slightly, Su Chang revealed a silly smile and said in a clear voice, "Brother Lu. That Zhuoan killed 3 geniuses nurtured by the everlasting old man without permission, causing tyrant Chu city to miss the 3rd floor of the Origin Chi Tower. This enmity is quite big, so it's understandable that he lost his rationality in anger." Hearing this, the Lu Nantian's footsteps paused and he said indifferently, "It's understandable, but this everlasting old man didn't just kill Zhuoan, he also disobeyed this lord's orders. So, he can also die for me." As he spoke, the Lu Nantian took a step forward and his aura surged to the extreme. His glass-like right hand shuttled through space and reached for the everlasting old man's neck. Ah! The everlasting old man also didn't expect that the Lu Nantian would actually attack him for Zhuoan. A trace of regret appeared in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and took out a talisman. With a flash of light, it turned into a tortoiseshell phantom in front of him. After releasing the talisman, the everlasting old man didn't even look to see if the tortoiseshell phantom could stop the Lu Nantian. He took a step forward and rushed towards Su Chang. He knew that only Su Chang could save him now. Looking at the everlasting old man rushing towards him, Su Chang's eyelids twitched. The current situation was somewhat out of his control. He didn't expect that the Lu Nantian would want to kill Zhuoan. After all, that Zhuoan was dead for sure. It wasn't worth it to kill a dead genius. "Lord Su Chang. Hurry up and save me." As he fled towards Su Chang, the everlasting old man hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Su Chang. He knew that with Su Chang's face, it was completely possible to save him. Lu Nantian would not attack Su Chang. Narrowing his eyes, Su Chang gently transmitted his voice, "Come to me. This king will protect you. The Lu Nantian won't go against our Marquis of Baichuan for Zhuoan. It's not worth it." Hearing Su Chang's transmission, the everlasting old man's eyes lit up. He knew that with Su Chang taking action, the Lu Nantian wouldn't attack him anymore. Therefore, he sped up and came to Su Chang's side. When the everlasting old man arrived in front of Su Chang, his aura was somewhat chaotic. However, his eyes were filled with desire. Just as he was about to speak, a thick arm suddenly grabbed his neck and lifted him off the ground. You, The everlasting old man looked at Su Chang in disbelief. He was even a little puzzled. He didn't expect Su Chang to attack him. Everlasting old man. You've done well. You can die in peace now that you've killed Zhuowen. However, don't worry. This king won't treat your Chu Ba Cheng unfairly. However, you must die. Because only a dead man can keep a secret forever. Using a secret sound transmission technique, Su Chang transmitted these words to the everlasting old man's ears. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he exerted force with his right hand. A powerful force burst out and the everlasting old man's eyes bulged as his neck was crushed by Su Chang. His head was separated from his body. Boom! At this moment, the Lu Nantian had just broken through the tortoise shell and was about to chase after the everlasting old man. However, he saw the everlasting old man's corpse and his gaze paused. Ha! Brother Lu, the everlasting old man attacked a junior in the Vitality Pagoda. It's a disgrace to let such a scum live. This Su will take the risk to get rid of him for Brother Lu. Brother Lu, you won't blame me for being a busybody, right? Su Chang clapped his hands and a simple and honest smile appeared on his face. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Looking at the everlasting old man's decapitated corpse and Su Chang's sudden attack, the Lu Nantian frowned slightly. He felt that there was something fishy about the everlasting old man suddenly attacking Zhuowen. However, he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Waving his hand, the Lu Nantian said dispiritedly, "This guy who doesn't follow the rules has been killed. It saves me the trouble of having to do it myself. Now that the white stairs to heaven has been consolidated, let's head to the third floor of the Vitality Pagoda." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as LV Nanshan's words left his mouth, the restless geniuses on the platform were like a swarm of locusts that covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged towards the white stairway. As for Zhuowen who was trapped in the black egg, no one paid any attention to him. Chapter 502. Zhongling Mountain Whoosh. Whoosh. Countless air-piercing sounds could be heard. Soon, the originally crowded platform became extremely deserted. LV Tao slowly stood up at the center of the bottom of the worldly monolith and said indifferently, "Let's go too. If nothing unexpected happens, the 5 inheritances on the 4th floor should belong to the 5 of us." Upon hearing this, Luo Xing, Qin Batian, Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi nodded their heads. Geniuses like them were participating in the Yuan Energy Tower battle precisely for the ancient inheritance on the 4th floor. As for the 3rd floor, it might be extremely difficult for others, but for the 5 of them, it was a piece of cake. Whoosh! LV Tao stomped his foot and directly entered the white staircase. From the beginning to the end, he did not even glance at Zhuowen who was trapped in the huge black egg. With his strength and achievements, only the other 4 great geniuses could catch his eye. Although Zhuowen was in the limelight, in his eyes, it was just a flash in the pan. He didn't treat Zhuowen as an opponent at all because in his eyes, Zhuowen wasn't even qualified to be his opponent. Following LV Tao's departure, Luo Xing's group of 4 looked at each other and nodded. They executed their movement techniques and followed the white staircase to enter the 3rd level of the Origin Qi Tower. At this point, all the geniuses on the platform had entered the white staircase. The only one who hadn't entered was Zhuowen, who was still trapped in the black egg. On the platform, Lu Nantian and the other faction leaders silently looked at the huge black egg in the center. They sighed in their hearts. No one had expected that Zhuowen, the rising star, would fall here. Among them, Lu Nantian was the most helpless one. Originally, he planned to pay a sufficient price to get Zhuowen into the house of Marquis Qin. However, now that something like this had happened, he was afraid that Zhuowen would not be able to survive. The ancient seal on the 3rd floor of the tower is even stronger than the 2nd floor. Without an identity token, if we enter the 3rd floor, our strength will be suppressed to an extremely terrifying level. We might even suffer a backlash from the seal, so let's wait here for the result. After that, Lu Nantian waved his right hand. The sky and earth tablet that stood in the middle of the platform suddenly shattered. Countless rays of golden light shot out from the shattered tablet, filling the sky with golden light. It was as if the entire sky had been plated with a layer of gold. Soon after, everyone discovered that as the golden light flowed, a blurry image gradually appeared within it. However, as the golden light swiftly flowed, the image also became increasingly clear. In the center of the screen was a tall mountain whose peak could not be seen. At a glance, one could only see the mountainside of the mountain. This was because above the mountainside, there was a strange black fog. Even someone as strong as Lu Nantian could not see through the fog. In front of the mountain, there was also a huge square. At the end of the square was a white staircase to heaven. At this moment, countless geniuses had already gathered in the square like a swarm of locusts. Moreover, there was an endless stream of cultivators behind them. This mountain is called Zhongling Mountain. It is a royal tier spirit treasure. It is said that it was left behind by an emperor realm expert in ancient times. It is specially used to suppress the terrifying beasts below Zhongling Mountain. Lu Nantian's voice mightily resounded between heaven and earth. Through the void, it also spread to the third floor, so the geniuses in the screen could also hear it. When Lu Nantian mentioned that Zhongling Mountain was actually a royal tier spirit treasure, a terrifying uproar suddenly erupted from the crowd. One had to know that above earthly tier spirit treasures were heavenly tier spirit treasures, and above heavenly tier spirit treasures were mighty royal tier spirit treasures. Even Lu Nantian, the #1 expert of Muqin County, did not possess such a treasure. Perhaps only the imperial family of the Qin Xian Empire could possess such a treasure. Zhongling Mountain has 1,000 staircases, and each staircase leads directly to the peak. There is a pressure in the mountain that surrounds the entire mountain. From the inside to the outside, the higher you go, the stronger the pressure is. The rules are very simple. Everyone can choose a staircase and climb it. There is no time limit. The final number of steps you have climbed will be ranked in order. The top 100 will obtain the qualifications to enter the 4th floor of the Vitality Tower. As he spoke, Lu Nantian waved his right hand. The white fog that originally lingered at the bottom of Zhongling Mountain immediately dispersed, revealing a winding path. At the end of the path were layers upon layers of stairs. Your identity token is an important item. It is the key to enter and exit the Vitality Tower. If you are unable to withstand the pressure in Zhongling Mountain, feel free to crush your identity token. At that time, you will be teleported out by the power of the Vitality Tower. Now, the trial of the 3rd floor has officially begun. If you are able to enter the 4th floor and obtain the ancient inheritance, this is your only chance. As soon as Lu Nantian's words left his mouth, there was a commotion in the square on the screen. 5 terrifying auras suddenly burst out from the square. Following that, 5 figures with powerful auras instantly chose one of the paths and directly ascended the stairs. These 5 people were the 5 geniuses, Lv Tao, Luo Xing, Qin Batian, Qin Nye, and Zhu Qi. As the 5 geniuses took the lead and entered, the other warriors in the square went crazy. They all chose an uninhabited path and quickly entered Zhongling Mountain. At the bottom of Zhongling Mountain, as long as someone chose a path, it would basically be covered by fog again. This meant that this path had already been chosen by someone, obstructing the other warriors. Therefore, the other warriors that entered Zhongling Mountain would not take the same path. When all the warriors in the screen had entered Zhongling Mountain, the screen suddenly shattered, once again transforming into an endless golden light. The golden light frantically condensed in the air, finally transforming into a giant golden tower. The giant golden tower held up the heavens and shook the earth. It had a total of 1,000 levels and was covered with golden words. Every level had golden words. If one looked carefully, the golden words on every level were the name of a warrior. First place, Lve Tao, 105 steps. Second place, Luo Xing, 95 steps. Third place, Zhu Qi, 90 steps. Fourth place, Qin Badian, 80 steps. Fifth place, Su Tianliang, 79 steps. Sixth place, Ling Wushuang, 51 steps. 105th place, Qing Lian, 30 steps. 1000th place, Zhuowen, 0 steps. Although there were at least a few steps that overlapped when 1,000 warriors entered, the Golden Pagoda had the ability to automatically determine the strength of the warriors. After combining their strengths, the Golden Pagoda was able to accurately rank the warriors on the same steps. First place is indeed Lve Tao. It hasn't been long, but he's already reached 105 steps. No wonder he's the #1 genius of the House of Marquis Qin. The 5 great geniuses are indeed far ahead of the other geniuses. The difference between them and the other geniuses is quite obvious. In just a short while, the 5 of them are far ahead of the other warriors behind them. That's right. Lve Tao, Luo Xing, Qin Badian, Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi are simply too strong. Out of the 1,000 geniuses, how many people can compare to these 5? I'm afraid that only Ling Tian City's #1 genius, Ling Wushuang, might be able to keep up with the 5 of them. Actually, there's one more person who's not inferior to Ling Wushuang. It's that Zhuowen. With his mental energy at the peak of the 4th grade, he's probably even stronger than Ling Wushuang. It's a pity that he died under the sneak attack of the Limitless Elder. When the people on the platform mentioned Zhuowen, they couldn't help but look towards the black egg not far away. Then, they all shook their heads. They knew that Zhuowen really didn't have a chance to enter the 3rd level of the Origin Qi Tower. Perhaps he had already died. Guyu Tian's expression was extremely dispirited at this moment. He silently stared at the black egg with a bitter smile on his face. Where is this place? Why is it so dark? Slowly waking up, Zhuowen stared at the pitch-black environment around him. His face was full of confusion. He remembered that he was being chased by the Limitless Elder. After seeing the Limitless Elder use a strange black talisman, he fell into darkness. He didn't remember what happened next at all. Boy! You're in a bad situation now. Suddenly, a tired voice sounded in his ears. Turning his head, he saw Xiao He standing on his shoulder with a tired face. At this moment, Xiao He's claws were constantly releasing ink-black energy. This energy formed a black barrier around Zhuowen's body. At this moment, Zhuowen discovered that outside the black barrier, there were actually countless human faces flashing. The faces were ferocious and terrifying. They bared their fangs and mournful wails and howls constantly sounded in his ears. These are vengeful spirits. In order to kill you, the Limitless Elder even used the Vengeful Ghost Curse Talisman. This strange talisman is refined from hundreds of millions of vengeful spirits and countless yin qi. It's extremely vicious. With your strength, it's very difficult to resist the attacks of these vengeful spirits. While waving her little claws to maintain the black barrier, Xiao He's face was full of fatigue as she explained. Seeing Xiao He like this, Zhuowen also knew that it was Xiao He who blocked the attacks of these vengeful spirits for him while he was unconscious. His face couldn't help but reveal a moved expression. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen calmly said, "Xiao He, how long have I been unconscious?" 2 days. These 2 days have been torture for this lord. However, the Vengeful Ghost Curse Talisman has a time limit as well. As long as you can hold on for 3 days, these vengeful spirits will disperse on their own, Xiao He said in a deep voice. Crack. A clear voice suddenly sounded while Little Black was speaking. Immediately, Zhuowen's pupils shrunk as he discovered that the surface of the black barrier around him had begun to be covered with cracks. The ferocious vengeful spirits outside had become even crazier as they tirelessly bombarded the black barrier. Kid! This lord can't hold on any longer. My origin energy is pretty much depleted. In 10 more breaths, I'll fall into a deep sleep. You can only rely on yourself for the rest. As long as you can hold on for a day, the power of the vengeful ghost curse talisman will disperse on its own and you will be saved. Xiao Hei's voice became even deeper and more tired. With a swish, she turned into a black streak of light and disappeared into the depths of Zhuowen's forehead. On the other hand, Zhuowen's face was extremely grave as he fearfully stared at the countless vengeful spirits outside the barrier. Bang! Chapter 503. Immovable Wisdom King Owu. Countless vengeful spirits swarmed towards Zhuowen as if they did not care about their lives at all. At the same time, the surrounding yin qi accompanied the vengeful spirits as they rushed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen patted his storage pouch and instantly took out the boundless astral sword. At the same time, he pulled out the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear from his back and pushed the jade stone body tempering secrets to the extreme. His entire body was covered in bloody flames while his eyes turned dark gold. With a shake of his right hand, countless spear shadows rushed out and annihilated the nearby vengeful spirits. However, the vengeful spirits were too densely packed. The spear shadows alone were unable to completely block the attack of the vengeful spirits. Many vengeful spirits passed through the gaps between the spear shadows and rushed towards Zhuowen. With a cold snort, the countless sword lights around his body flickered. The vengeful spirits near him were directly blasted into pieces by the boundless astral sword. Even if the vengeful spirits broke through the defense of the boundless astral sword, the bloody flames around Zhuowen were enough to block their attacks. To be honest, these vengeful spirits were extremely weak. Zhuowen could wipe out a large number of them with a wave of his hand. However, what gave Zhuowen a headache was the yin qi that accompanied the vengeful spirits. This yin qi was like maggots in the bones and was extremely difficult to deal with. Once Zhuowen's weapon came into contact with the yin qi would adhere to the surface of the weapon and enter Zhuowen's arm through the weapon, causing Zhuowen's arm to go numb and his movements to become much slower. What a strange yin qi! Feeling the numbness in his arm, Zhuowen frowned. This yin qi was extremely troublesome. Although it didn't affect him much right now, if it accumulated, his arm might be greatly affected. Ascending dragon style. With a low roar, Zhuowen swung his arm. The tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear let out a resonant dragon roar. The void shattered and a huge dragon head appeared, instantly dispersing the surrounding vengeful spirits. However, there were truly too many vengeful spirits, and they were practically innumerable. They formed a dense mass that filled one's field of vision, causing one's scalp to go numb. Time ticked by. Zhuowen had endured the countless vengeful souls for half a day. Due to the yin energy, Zhuowen's arm had gone numb and he could not even lift it. Damn it! Zhuowen's arm stiffened slightly as countless vengeful spirits broke through the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear's defense. Fortunately, he still had the everlasting sword astral blade to hold on. Otherwise, Zhuowen would have been drowned by the endless vengeful spirits. What should we do? There's still half a day left. That's too long. I can't hold on for half a day in my current state. Xiao Hei, what should I do? At this moment, Zhuowen's heart was in a mess. His voice trembled slightly. This was the first time he had felt so helpless. When he continuously called out to Xiao Hei in his sea of consciousness, he was met with a long period of silence. Is she really asleep? Noticing that Xiao Hei did not respond at all, Zhuowen smiled bitterly as he muttered to himself. Boom! 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 Another batch of vengeful spirits broke through the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear and entered the range of the everlasting sword astral blade. Instantly, the pressure on Zhuowen became extremely great. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as his gaze became extremely anxious. Was he, Zhuowen, really going to die here? I won't die. Heaven reversing sword dance 9 consecutive styles, shatter everything for me. Gritting his teeth, Zhuowen desperately urged the everlasting sword astral blade. Instantly, the 108 swords buzzed and surrounded Zhuowen, forming a sword-light domain. The vengeful spirits that approached Zhuowen were all sliced into pieces by the countless sword lights. There's only half a day left. I have to hold on. I have to hold on. The moment the surrounding sword lights appeared, the pressure on Zhuowen lessened slightly. He barely managed to block the endless vengeful spirits. However, the sword light domain seemed to be rather strenuous against such a terrifying number of vengeful spirits. It seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Hold on. There's only half a day left. Gritting his teeth, Zhuowen constantly urged the mental strength in his Naiwan palace to maintain the sword light domain around him. Time slowly passed. 2 hours. 4 hours. 6 hours. 8 hours. 10 hours. 10 hours. 10 hours. As time passed, the sword light domain constantly shrank under the vengeful spirit's relentless attacks. The sword light domain that was originally hundreds of feet wide was now only a few feet wide. Furthermore, it was still shrinking slowly. When there was still an hour left before half a day, perhaps the surrounding vengeful spirits also knew that they wouldn't be around for long. With a shrill howl, they attacked Zhuowen even more ferociously. The sword light domain shrank at a much faster speed. Gotcha. Finally, the sword light domain couldn't withstand the pressure of the countless vengeful spirits. It shattered and turned into countless stars that floated around the void. Whoa! Zhuowen only felt a boom in his head. He almost lost the ability to think. He could only watch the endless vengeful spirits in front of him engulf him. In an instant, Zhuowen was completely covered by the vengeful spirits. His ears were filled with ghostly wails and howls. Could it be that I'm going to die? If I can hold on for another hour, I can survive. His sigh and helpless voice slowly drifted in the darkness. Zhuowen only felt as if his body was being bitten by thousands of ants. His whole body twitched and an inhuman pain almost filled Zhuowen's entire body. The moment Zhuowen was drowned by the countless vengeful spirits, in the depths of his sea of consciousness, the rootless golden torrent suddenly moved. The golden torrent rolled violently and directly condensed into a golden figure. The golden figure had a very strange appearance. It had 4 heads and 8 arms, and its face was ferocious. It stepped on endless golden flames, and its 8 arms held 8 different weapons. The power of each weapon was very vast and boundless. It's the great spiritual mantra, the great bright mantra, the supreme mantra, the supreme mantra, the supreme mantra. It can get rid of all suffering. It's real. Hence the Prajna Paramitha mantra, that is, the mantra is, reveal the truth, Paramitha reveal the truth, Paramitha reveal the truth, Paramitha monk reveal the truth, Bodhisattva. The 8-armed golden figure chanted a series of obscure Sanskrit sounds, which looked solemn and solemn. The 8-armed golden figure stamped on the ground and directly stepped out of Zhuowen's mind sea. As soon as it appeared in the pitch black outside, the 8-armed golden figure began to grow bigger and bigger, 3 meters, 30 meters, 300 meters, 3,000 meters. In the end, the 8-armed golden man turned into a 3,000-meter tall giant. Endless golden flames surged beneath his pillar-like feet. For a moment, the darkness of the outside world shattered under the illumination of the golden flames. The terrifying and endless vengeful spirits were directly reduced to ashes by the golden flames. Whoa! The rest of the vengeful spirits seemed to be extremely afraid of the golden flames. They screamed and hid far away, trying to avoid the attack of the golden flames. However, the golden flames were too fierce and huge. They blotted out the sky and covered the sun. In an instant, the boundless darkness was completely shattered by the golden flames. The surrounding vengeful spirits were all reduced to ashes in the span of a breath and disappeared without a trace. Zhuowen, who was originally shrouded in vengeful spirits, was finally exposed. However, at this moment, Zhuowen was in an extremely miserable state. Most of his flesh had been gnawed away by the vengeful spirits, leaving behind only ghastly white bones. He did not look like a human at all. If the golden giant had appeared a moment later, Zhuowen's bones would probably have been gnawed away. At this moment, Zhuowen's aura was extremely weak. He forced his eyes open and stared at the enormous eight-armed golden figure in the sky. For some reason, the eight-armed golden figure gave him a sense of affinity. How can one not die without being destroyed? How can one reach nirvana without suffering? Heaven and hell are always close at hand. How can one see heaven without experiencing hell? Kid, perhaps we really are fated to come from the same place. The eight-armed golden figure stared quietly at Zhuowen below. His 8 arms rapidly formed complicated seals. Immediately, the surrounding golden flames surged over and completely enveloped Zhuowen. As the golden flames invaded his body, Zhuowen groaned in pain. The extreme pain almost caused him to faint. However, miraculously, as the golden flames continued to burn Zhuowen's body, his almost shattered body actually began to slowly recover. Moreover, the surface of his skin was suffused with a golden glow, as if it was gilded. The 8-armed golden figure nodded slightly. He took a step forward and turned into a golden torrent, burrowing back into the depths of Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. He became completely still. Swish! When Zhuowen's body had completely recovered, the golden flames immediately burrowed back into the center of Zhuowen's forehead, becoming a part of the golden torrent. I've recovered. Zhuowen felt like he was in a dream as he sensed the power in his body. Who is that 8-armed golden figure? He said he came from the same place as me. Could he also be from Earth? Zhuowen's eyes lit up when he recalled the 8-armed golden figure's last sentence. He thought about the history of Earth in his mind and finally locked onto a person, or rather, a powerful god. Buddhism's Akalanatha. Although Zhuowen didn't believe in Buddhism, Zhuowen still knew some of the famous gods in Buddhism. The Akalanatha was very famous and was the Buddhist god who controlled all anger. It seems like my guess was right. This Nirvana Vairocana is indeed related to Buddhism. Zhuowen muttered to himself thoughtfully after pondering for a moment. Gotcha. Just as Zhuowen was immersed in his thoughts, the dark environment around him began to collapse inch by inch. 3 days had passed and the effect of the resentful ghost curse charm had finally disappeared completely. At this time, all the leaders on the platform didn't pay attention to the golden tower in the center. Instead, their eyes were focused on the black giant egg in a more remote location not far away. 3 days have passed and the effect of the resentful ghost curse charm has reached its end. I wonder if Zhuowen is still alive. Aren't you being too wishful thinking? That Zhuowen probably died without a complete corpse. After all, the spirits in the resentful ghost curse charm are extremely ferocious. Among them, Su Chang also noticed the black egg that was about to collapse not far away. A subtle sneer flashed through his eyes. He wanted to see how Zhuowen died with his own eyes. Perhaps when the black giant egg breaks, I will only see a pile of bones. Zhuowen, this is the consequence of offending the house of Marquis of Baichuan. Su Chang muttered to himself in his heart as he stared at the black egg with anticipation. Gotcha. Chapter 504. Entering the third floor hiss. Gasps rang out from the platform. Soon after, the eyes of many leaders widened as they stared at the figure. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Is that Zhuowen? He's actually still alive. The power of the resentful ghost curse talisman is extremely terrifying. Even an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator with 4 wheels might die if they're trapped inside. How did Zhuowen make it through? And he doesn't seem to be injured at all. An uproar rang out from all around the platform. Everyone began to wonder how Zhuowen had made it through 3 days in the resentful ghost curse talisman. Creak. The faint smile on Su Chang's face immediately froze. He suddenly clenched his fists tightly as he stared intently at Zhuowen. His expression immediately became extremely ugly, but his heart was filled with turbulent emotions like raging waves beating against the shore. Why isn't Zhuowen dead yet? The resentful ghost curse talisman can even trap a 4-wheel Emperor Realm cultivator, so why isn't this little bastard at the 2nd wheel dead yet? Su Chang roared in his heart. In contrast to Su Chang's gloomy expression, the other 4 leaders were rather surprised. Lu Nanshan's face was filled with pleasant surprise. Zhuowen was a 4th-grade arcana master. If they could recruit him to the house of Marquis Qin, he would definitely be of great benefit to the house of Marquis Qin. Zhuowen. You're finally out. Are you alright? 2 figures rushed over from the crowd. They were Guyu Tian and Qiu Chou. The 2 of them looked at Zhuowen worriedly. Their eyes were still filled with fear. Zhuowen's heart warmed when he saw the concern in their eyes. He smiled, I'm fine. Didn't I come out in one piece? But where's that old geezer? At this point, Zhuowen's eyes darkened. He didn't want to experience the strange power of the resentful ghost curse talisman a second time. If it weren't for Xiao He and the golden torrent in his knowledge sea, Zhuowen would probably have died a tragic death. Thus, Zhuowen's hatred for the old geezer was extremely strong. Zhuowen. Don't worry, the old geezer has already been dealt with. Trash like him that doesn't follow the rules should be dead. If you're still angry, I can help you eliminate Chu Baking as well. How about it? A loud laugh rang out. Lu Nantian walked over to Zhuowen. He stared at Zhuowen with his sharp eyes and couldn't help but exclaim, You've truly exceeded my expectations. You were actually able to survive for 3 days in the resentful ghost curse talisman. That's not something an ordinary person can do. Marquis Lu is too kind. I was extremely lucky to be able to come out of the resentful ghost curse talisman this time. There's nothing to praise. However, since the old geezer has already been dealt with by Marquis Lu, Zhuowen still needs to thank Marquis Lu. Zhuowen smiled shyly and said respectfully. Zhuowen was a little surprised that Lu Nantian treated him so politely. Especially since he had actually dealt with an ultimate 4-wheel emperor like the old geezer for him. It seemed that Lu Nantian valued him quite a bit. Zhuowen knew that Lu Nantian was probably trying to recruit him. However, with Zhuowen's temperament, it was unlikely that he would join any of the forces. However, Zhuowen wasn't sure if he should join the 5 super forces. After all, Su Chang was eyeing him covetously. It seems that I'll have to wait until the end of the Origin Chi Tower battle to decide whether to join or not. At that time, I'll see what that old dog Su Chang will do. Now, Zhuowen's only worry was the Marquis of Baichuan, Su Chang. This person was currently an expert that he couldn't contend against. If Su Chang really wanted to deal with him, even if he joined the other forces, it would be useless. Lu Nantian shook his head and said, that old geezer wasn't dealt with by me, but by brother Su Chang. If you really want to thank someone, then thank brother Su Chang. Hearing this, Zhuowen couldn't help but be taken aback. Soon after, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the gloomy Su Chang, a trace of contemplation appearing in his eyes. In fact, the old geezer had openly attacked a genius cultivator in a place like the Mountain of Trials for no reason. Lu Nantian was a person who separated public from private interests. Once such a taboo was violated, the only thing that awaited the offender was death. In any case, the old geezer was a city lord of a super city. He held great authority and possessed extraordinary strength. Zhuowen knew that the old geezer wouldn't risk his own life to kill him. To the old geezer, this was simply not worth the loss. So now, there was only one possibility, and that was that he was being held hostage. Moreover, it was an expert who was much stronger than the old geezer. Only someone who had the courage to make the old geezer submit would have the courage to do so. Such a person was undoubtedly a giant of the 5 super forces. Thinking back to the grudge between him and Su Chang, Zhuowen also understood that the old geezer's desperate attack on him was most likely related to Su Chang. In other words, it was Su Chang who had ordered the old geezer to kill him. Killing with a borrowed knife, that old geezer Su Chang is really ruthless. However, since this old geezer wants to kill me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Since I can kill one of your sons, then I can kill your other son. Coldly glancing at Su Chang, who was not far away, Zhuowen also became ruthless in his heart. Since Su Chang intended to shed all pretense of cordiality, then he, Zhuowen, would have no scruples. Sooner or later, he would settle the score with Su Tianliang. Zhuowen. Since you are safe and sound now, you should also climb the white stairs to heaven. The trial of the 3rd floor of the Vitality Tower has already begun. Lu Nantian saw that Zhuowen was a little distracted and hurriedly reminded him. At the same time, he began to repeat the introduction of Zhongling Mountain and the rules of Zhongling Mountain. Zhuowen also knew that the trial of the 3rd floor was actually climbing Zhongling Mountain. This Zhongling Mountain was extremely high, as if there was no end. The pressure inside was also more terrifying the higher one went. This trial was ranked according to the number of steps that everyone had climbed. Only the top 100 had the qualifications to enter the 4th floor. Fortunately, this trial did not have a time limit. Therefore, even if Zhuowen spent 3 days on the 2nd floor, it did not affect him much. Lu Nantian also knew of Zhuowen's strength. It should not be difficult for him to surpass others and enter the top 100. It was even possible for him to enter the top 10. Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen's gaze immediately landed on the golden tower in the middle of the platform. On the golden tower, there was a list of names, from highest to lowest. First place, Lu Yitao, 1500 steps. Second place, Luo Xing, 1300 steps. Third place, Zhu Qi, 1030 steps. Fourth place, Su Tianliang, 910 steps. Fifth place, Qin Batian, 905 steps. Sixth place, Ling Wushuang, 680 steps. 1000th place, Zhuowen, 0 steps. From top to bottom, when Zhuowen saw his name at the bottom of the tower, he was speechless. He did not expect that there would be a record even though he did not enter the 3rd floor. However, this 0 step looked a little dazzling. Zhuowen. Take good care of your identity token. That represents your qualification to enter Zhongling Mountain. If you lose it, you will be disqualified. Of course, if you can't persevere in Zhongling Mountain, you only need to hold the identity token and it will teleport you out of Zhongling Mountain. Lu Nantian said seriously. Seeing Lu Nantian so seriously explaining to him, Zhuowen was a little moved in his heart. Although Lu Nantian had the intention of recruiting him, Lu Nantian was still the #1 expert in Muqin County. He was a supreme expert who had both glory and strength. To be able to put in so much effort for a junior like him, it made Zhuowen have a good impression of him. Thank you, Marquis Lu. Zhuowen cupped his hands and said respectfully. Then you can go directly to the 3rd floor along the white stairway. With your strength, entering the top 100 shouldn't be a problem. Also, your identity token can also see your ranking. If you want to see your ranking, you only need to use Yuan Qi to activate your identity token. Lu Nantian laughed straightforwardly. Nodding his head, Zhuowen greeted Qiu Chou and Guyu Tian again. With a step, his entire body turned into a shadow as he went straight up the white stairway to the 3rd floor. The white stairway was not very far. In about 2 hours, Zhuowen arrived at the end of the stairway and directly entered the entrance of the 3rd floor of the Tower of Vitality. The place where Zhuowen was standing was a vast and boundless plaza. In front of the plaza sat a huge mountain. Looking up, Zhuowen could only see half of the mountain. As for the part above the mountain, it was shrouded in a strange black fog. It was impossible to know where the end of the mountain led to. Is this the Zhongling mountain that Marquis Lu mentioned? I really didn't expect that such a mountain range was actually a monarch spirit treasure. It's really surprising. Lu Nantian could be said to tell Zhuowen everything he knew. He also explained the origin of Zhongling mountain in detail, afraid that Zhuowen would not understand it at all and suffer a loss. What a familiar aura. This dragon lord actually sensed a familiar dragon aura here. There seems to be a true dragon in this mountain, a true dragon with a pure bloodline. Suddenly, a weak voice slowly sounded in his mind. Zhuowen's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, "Xiao He. You're awake. You're finally awake." In fact, Zhuowen felt rather guilty about Xiao Hei's deep sleep. After all, Xiao He did not hesitate to exhaust her origin energy to protect him in the resentful ghost curse talisman for 2 days. This kind of life-saving grace was extremely heavy. I'm not dead yet. I've just woken up, but I've exhausted too much of my origin energy. I'm very weak now. If it weren't for the protection of the Ice Fire Saint Talisman and Wind Thunder Saint Talisman in your body, this Dragon Lord probably wouldn't have woken up so quickly, Xiao He said weakly. Hearing this, Zhuowen sighed lightly and said with a smile, "It seems that the Saint Talisman is really very important to you. Don't worry, I'll do my best to collect the complete Saint Talisman in the future so that you can recover as soon as possible." Chapter 505. Soaring Ranking, Xiao He. You said that you felt the aura of a true dragon in Zhongling Mountain. Zhuowen was relieved when he saw that Xiao He was fine, but he soon frowned. Yes. I am from the Dragon Clan, so I am very clear about the aura of the Dragon Clan. This mountain is indeed filled with an extremely powerful aura of a true dragon. It is precisely because of this aura that the pressure of this mountain is so strong. Xiao He nodded. A true dragon? Could it be that the giant beast suppressed in Zhongling Mountain that Marquis Lu mentioned is a true dragon? Zhuowen's gaze became serious. A true dragon was a powerful creature that existed in legends. It was said that a true dragon was born with the strength of the fourth venerable realm. As it grew, its strength would continue to increase, and it did not need to cultivate at all. It was said that the weakest adult true dragon was comparable to an Emperor Realm expert. It could be said that in the era of the true dragon, the Dragon Clan was undoubtedly the overlord of the continent. However, for some unknown reason, the Dragon Clan inexplicably disappeared later on, so the human clan rose and began the brilliant ancient era. If nothing unexpected happened, it was very likely that Zhongling Mountain was suppressing a true dragon whose strength had reached the Emperor Realm. Such an existence could destroy Muqin County with a wave of its hand. Even the #1 expert of Muqin County, Lu Nantian, was like an ant in the eyes of an Emperor Realm expert. Although the pressure in Zhongling Mountain is emitted by the true dragon suppressed inside, you can rest assured. This true dragon's aura is very weak, and it is being suppressed by a royal tier spiritual treasure like Zhongling Mountain. It is unlikely that it will come out to stir up trouble. Xiao He analyzed logically. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He was naturally not worried about the true dragon inside. After all, Zhongling Mountain was a royal tier spiritual treasure. Such a powerful treasure would have no problem suppressing a weak true dragon. Let's go. As long as we can break into the top 100 of Zhongling Mountain, we will have the qualifications to enter the 4th level. It is said that the ancient inheritance on the 4th floor is the most precious thing in the tower. If I can obtain one, the benefits to me will be indescribable. As he recalled the allure of the ancient inheritance, Zhuowen's gaze involuntarily became somewhat heated. Every item that had been passed down from the ancient times was of the highest quality. It was something that could not be exchanged for with any amount of money or treasures. The ancient inheritances are indeed very powerful. If you can really snatch one of them, your future path of martial arts will undoubtedly become much smoother. Xiao He nodded in agreement. Whoosh! As he spoke, Zhuowen took a step forward and directly turned into an illusory shadow as he rushed towards Zhongling Mountain. In the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Zhuowen had already arrived at the foot of Zhongling Mountain. There were countless paths leading up from the foot of the mountain, but most of the paths were shrouded in fog. Clearly, people had already entered these paths that were shrouded in fog. It was impossible for those who came later to enter this path. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen scanned the foot of the mountain for a while and finally found a path that was not shrouded in fog. Clearly, no one had entered this path before. This is the path. With a flash of light in his eyes, Zhuowen took a step forward and directly rushed into this path. The moment he entered the path, the surrounding fog filled the air. Zhuowen discovered that the fog had blocked the path behind him. The dense fog blocked his vision, and he could not see his sides and back. Only the faintly discernible steps at the end of the path appeared in his field of vision. The surroundings were extremely quiet. It was as if Zhuowen was the only person in the world. It was especially silent and lonely. His gaze focused on the steps in front of him. Zhuowen took a deep breath and walked up the steps step by step. Boom! When Zhuowen lifted his foot and stepped onto the first step, he faintly discovered that the entire Zhongling Mountain seemed to tremble. Immediately, a surge of pressure, like a mountain pressing down on his waist, caused Zhuowen to involuntarily bend his waist. What a powerful pressure! This is only the first step, and it's already so powerful. I really don't know how terrifying the pressure from the next steps will be. After silently circulating the heaven and earth force in his body and adapting to the terrifying pressure around him, Zhuowen began to slowly climb up the steps. Moreover, his speed became faster and faster. Within Zhongling Mountain, the surroundings were constantly shrouded in thick fog. Even if some paths were extremely close to each other, the practitioners on the two paths basically could not see each other. 3 days had already passed since the trial of Zhongling Mountain. Most of the geniuses who had entered the mountain were beginning to feel a little powerless. There were even some weaker practitioners who were lying on the steps that they could reach and began to silently rest and adjust their state of mind. After they recovered, they would attempt to climb Zhongling Mountain again. The 999th place was a genius practitioner from a high-rank city. His strength was around the initial stage of the ultimate king realm. At this moment, when this person had climbed to the 100th step, his forehead was already covered in sweat. He was completely defeated, and all the muscles in his body had unconsciously trembled. This was a sign that he had used too much strength. I'm so tired. Isn't this Zhongling Mountain too abnormal? After reaching the 100th step, the pressure has actually reached such a terrifying level. With my strength at the initial stage of the ultimate king realm, there's simply no way for me to advance any further. This young practitioner wiped the sweat from his forehead and simply sat down on the 100th step. There was a grumbling expression on his somewhat pale face. To him, the pressure here was like a 10,000 zhang tall mountain pressing down on his body. It was simply impossible for him to move an inch. I wonder what the rankings of the others are like. After sighing for a while, this person took out his identity token. When he saw that Lvetao, who was in first place, had already reached the 2000 step, his face was filled with disappointment. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. This Lvetao is truly worthy of being called the #1 genius of the House of Marquis Qin. It's only been 3 days, and he's already reached the 2000th step. This is simply an abnormal speed. Looking at the terrifying steps of the top 10 geniuses on the token, this person felt even more disappointed. Compared to these abnormal people, he felt that his self-esteem had become extremely fragile. It's fortunate that I'm not in the last place. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. However, that Zhuowen is really unlucky. If he hadn't been killed by that limitless old man, I'm afraid that the last place would have been me. As he spoke, this person's face seemed to be filled with ridicule and joy. After shaking his head, his gaze once again converged on his identity token. His pupils immediately shrank because he didn't know why, but his ranking had actually dropped from the 900th place to the 1000th place. Are you kidding me? Why did I drop one place? That Zhuowen should already be dead. It's impossible for him to have the opportunity to appear on Zhongling Mountain. Rubbing his eyes, this young practitioner once again converged his gaze on his identity token in disbelief. When he saw that his ranking was indeed the 1000th place on the token, he was completely stunned. Seeming to have thought of something, this person hurriedly converged his gaze on his identity token. Then, he slowly moved his gaze upwards. Following that, he was shocked to discover that there was a speck of light within the token that was rapidly surpassing the specks of light in front of it at an unbelievable speed. Hiss! When his gaze converged on the name on the speck of light, he couldn't help but gasp because this speck of light represented Zhuowen, who had already fallen all this time. This Zhuowen isn't dead. He actually didn't die under the attack of limitless old man's resentful ghost curse talisman. This guy is too monstrous. His hands trembled, and he couldn't help but shiver. His heart was as complicated as a stormy sea. At this moment, the entire Zhongling Mountain was in chaos. Many people revealed expressions as if they had seen a ghost because they also saw a speck of light within their identity tokens that was so fast that it caused their hearts to palpitate. It was constantly flying towards Zhongling Mountain. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that this speck of light was none other than Zhuowen, who everyone thought had died on the second floor. It can't be. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? I can actually see the light spot that represents Zhuowen flying at a high speed. Are you kidding me? Could it be that this Zhuowen really survived 3 days in the resentful ghost curse talisman and successfully reached the 3rd floor of the Origin Chi Tower? Heavens, this world is too crazy. The resentful ghost curse talisman is something that even an ultimate 4-wheel emperor is afraid of. This Zhuowen can't even die like this. In an instant, similar words were heard from every corner of Zhongling Mountain. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. At this moment, on the platform at the top of the 2nd floor of the trial, the leaders of various forces were in an uproar. Their gazes were all fixed on the giant golden tower in the center. At the bottom of the giant golden tower, the speck of light that represented Zhuowen was constantly climbing up from the 1st floor of the giant golden tower at an unimaginable speed. Moreover, its speed was getting faster and faster. In almost a breath's time, it had crossed 5 or 6 steps. Although no one present doubted Zhuowen's strength, the speed that Zhuowen displayed at this moment was a little too terrifying. In a breath's time, he had crossed 5 or 6 steps. Even Lv Tao's current speed was not that fast. Zhuowen, who was originally ranked 1000th, was currently climbing up the rankings at an astonishing speed. 900th. 800th. 700th. 600th. 500th. Only about an hour had passed, and Zhuowen's ranking had directly risen from 1000th to 500th. This speed really shocked the leaders of many forces present. Isn't this Zhuowen's speed a little too fast? Is this speed something that a peak ultimate 2-wheel emperor can achieve? This is really unbelievable. Only about an hour has passed, and this Zhuowen has already forced his way into the 500th place. It seems that we've been underestimating this kid all this time. Yes. This kid was able to survive 3 days in the resentful ghost curse talisman. I'm afraid he has a powerful trump card. This kid can't be underestimated. Lu Nantian, the master of the meteorite, Su Chang, and the other 4 leaders were all moved. This Zhuowen has indeed brought us many surprises. Lu Nantian shook his head and smiled. Chapter 506. On the mountain peak, master of the meteorite, aren't you too confident in your words? Zhuowen's talent is indeed not bad, but it's still difficult for him to catch up to the 5 great geniuses of Muqin County. Even after a few years, I'm afraid it's still not possible. Su Chang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. He stared at Zhuowen's name that kept rising on the golden tower with an unnatural expression on his face. This child is indeed talented to be able to become a grade 4 arcana master at such a young age. Even if he's not as good as the 5 great geniuses, the gap isn't too far. The master of the meteorite glanced at Su Chang and said, "The pressure in Zhongling Mountain gets stronger the higher you go. Moreover, Zhuowen is using such a fast speed from the beginning. He will only use up the strength in his body in advance and disrupt the rhythm. When he reaches a certain height, there will be many drawbacks." Su Chang shook his head. "We'll just continue watching. After all, no one knows what the result will be until the end." Lu Nantian shook his head and said indifferently. Hearing Lu Nantian's words, Su Chang and the master of the meteorite stopped talking and focused their gazes on the golden tower. Within Zhongling Mountain, mist lingered and auras rolled. The paths leading to the peak were spread out in all directions of the mountain. They were like the meridians of a human body, extending in all directions. The various warriors on the path were also desperately climbing upwards. Lvetao was still far ahead of everyone. Above the 2000th step, Lvetao was wearing a white robe with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm, and in the depths of his eyes, there was an unconcealable pride. From the moment he entered Zhongling Mountain, he had never taken out his identity token to check the rankings of the other geniuses. This was because he knew that he would always be first. This was his own pride and self-esteem, and also the pride of being the number 1 genius in Muqin County. Step by step, Lvetao slowly climbed up the steps, following a regular rhythm as he walked upwards. His speed didn't seem fast, but if one were to really experience it, Lvetao's current speed was much faster than most cultivators. That was just an illusion of slowing down when one's speed reached the extreme. Raising his head slightly, Lvetao's gaze pierced through the layers of fog. It was as if he could see the end of the fog, at the peak of the mountain, where a huge stone statue stood. He did not know the true appearance of the stone statue, but he knew that it was on Zhongling Mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there was a stone statue that was emitting an extremely attractive force that was constantly tempting him to move forward. Father once said that if I can reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain, I will obtain a different kind of power. In the entire Origin Chi Tower, the secrets hidden at the peak of Zhongling Mountain are no less than the ancient inheritances. As he spoke, Lvetao suddenly paused. He raised his head and looked at the layers of fog in the sky. His eyes blurred as he muttered to himself, "What exactly is on top of that mountain?" Even Lu Hantian, the heaven's pride of his generation, couldn't forget about that thing on the summit. What could it be? As he muttered to himself, the aura on Lvetao's body slowly grew stronger. The blurred look in his eyes gradually dissipated, and was replaced by a resolute look. Stomp. Taking a step forward, Lvetao's gaze had already become extremely resolute and unyielding as he said, "No matter what it is, I, Lvetao, will definitely climb to the peak of the mountain, and take back the record and glory that Lu Hantian did not manage to obtain." Clear and crisp footsteps firmly and unceasingly reverberated in the depths of the steps. Lvetao's figure walked further and further into the fog. From the beginning to the end, he did not look at his identity token, because he knew that the first place would definitely be his. Even though Luo Xing, Qin Batian, Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi were also the 5 great geniuses, he knew how big the gap between him and the other 4 was. There was basically no doubt that he would obtain the first place. His goal was to reach the peak of the mountain. His pride had always allowed him to stand at a height that no one had ever reached. He yearned for even higher heights, and yearned to see the peak of Zhongling Mountain. He yearned to stand at the peak of the mountain, lower his head, and look down on all living things. He knew that at that time, he would discover that there was nothing in the world that he could not grasp. Above the mountain peak, a drawn-out voice slowly sounded out, and slowly dissipated like a flash in the pan. Luo Xing's graceful figure gently stepped on the ground. She welcomed the endless pressure around her as she slowly climbed up the steps. Her jade-like arm wiped the sweat from her forehead. After the 1,000th step, the pressure of Zhongling Mountain seems to have undergone a qualitative change. Even the current me is starting to feel a little overwhelmed. Clenching her teeth, Luo Xing flipped her jade-like hand and took out her identity token. When she saw the light spot at the top of the token that was far in the lead, a trace of bitterness appeared on her pretty face. She muttered, as expected of the number one genius of the house of Marquis Qin. You have already reached such a height, but your speed has not decreased at all. I finally understand the gap between you and me. The number one on the token, Lv had already reached the 2,000th step. Moreover, his speed had not decreased at all, and he was still ascending in an orderly manner. Luo Xing knew that Lv was probably still holding back, and could not help but feel a little disappointed. At this moment, there was already a 700-step gap between her and Lv. Moreover, as time passed, she knew that the gap between them would only widen, and she would even be ruthlessly left behind by Lv. It's impossible to fight for the first place. Being able to obtain the second place is already not bad. Luo Xing's beautiful eyes shifted slightly, and her gaze landed on the last few people. After seeing that the gap between herself and the third place, Zhu Qi, was quite large, her heart relaxed a little. After all, Lv was too abnormal. Competing with such a genius was simply asking for a snub. This is Zhuowen. Suddenly, Luo Xing's gaze landed on a speck of light that was rapidly rising at the bottom of the medallion. A sliver of surprise appeared in her eyes, but when she saw the name that the speck of light represented, the surprise in her eyes was immediately replaced by shock. Wasn't Zhuowen trapped by the resentful ghost curse talisman? If there were no accidents, Zhuowen would be dead for sure. Now, he's actually not dead. Could it be that this guy escaped from the resentful ghost curse talisman? Her willowy eyebrows tightly knitted, and for the first time, Luo Xing began to re-examine this Zhuowen. Perhaps from the beginning, she had never seen through Zhuowen. To be able to get rid of the resentful ghost curse talisman, this Zhuowen probably has a strong trump card. However, even if he broke the resentful ghost curse talisman, this Zhuowen is probably seriously injured. Now, using such a fast speed to chase after him is simply extremely stupid. Luo Xing shook her head. In her opinion, Zhuowen's fast chasing behavior was indeed stupid. After all, at the beginning, it was the process of gradually adapting to the pressure of Zhongling Mountain. If the speed was too fast, the body would not be able to withstand it. At that time, it was likely that he would not be able to go far. After Luo Xing, the other geniuses also noticed Zhuowen, and their eyes revealed a strange expression. Obviously, they had a touch of doubt and surprise about Zhuowen's escape. This Zhuowen is really a dog. Even the resentful ghost curse talisman can't kill this bastard. His vitality is even more tenacious than a cockroach. However, it's also good. When I reach the 4th level and completely accept the ancient inheritance, I can make a move to completely eliminate this future trouble. Su Tianliang, who was ranked 4th, was holding his identity token at this time. His face was ferocious as he panted heavily, like a wild beast that was about to go crazy. On the 500th step, Zhuowen stood tall. At this time, his ranking had already reached the 325th place. From the time he entered Zhongling Mountain until now, only half a day had passed. To be able to reach the 500th step in half a day, his speed was very fast. At this time, Zhuowen frowned slightly and said doubtfully, "Xiao He. Why did you suddenly ask me to stop? Kid. Don't you feel that the 500th step is different from the other steps?" In his mind, Xiao He suddenly became cautious, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Different place. Hearing this, Zhuowen stopped on the 500th step and silently felt the pressure on this step. However, what made him frown slightly was that he did not find any difference on this step. Kid. Of course, you can't feel it like this. Stimulate your 5 senses and try to feel it again. Xiao He said again. Oh. Then I'll give it a try. As he spoke, Zhuowen's eyes suddenly turned dark gold. Immediately, his gaze fell on the step under his feet. Immediately, he discovered the difference between the step under his feet. The pressure on this step seems to be much weaker than the 501st and 499th steps. At this time, Zhuowen's observation and 5 senses had reached an extreme under the fusion of his mental energy. He immediately discovered the difference between the steps under his feet. However, he was soon even more puzzled. The pressure on this step was so weak. Could it be that it was a sign of something? A dragon has a reverse scale, and it will be angry if touched. A man has a weakness, and it will be angry if touched. Although Zhongling Mountain is a royal-level spiritual treasure and its power is vast, it naturally has a weakness. The step under your feet might be one of Zhongling Mountain's reverse-scale weaknesses. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly became fluctuating, and even a little excited. Reverse-scale weakness? Does this Zhongling Mountain's weakness have anything to do with me? Zhuowen frowned slightly. You really can't be taught. Kid, why are you so stupid? A dragon's reverse scale is the most important part. It contains the dragon's essence blood. This Zhongling Mountain is a royal-level spiritual treasure. The energy in this weak part is not something that the energy of the world can compare to. After all, monarch-rank spiritual treasures contain surging spirit energy, and this spirit energy even surpasses the energy of the heavens and the earth. It's the energy of the boundless void, and this is also the reason why monarch-rank spiritual treasures are so powerful and rare. The key is the spirit energy within them. Moreover, this spiritual energy has many benefits for cultivators. Cultivators who absorb the spiritual energy will not only have their aptitude greatly improved, but their cultivation will also experience an explosive growth. It can be said that this energy is more abundant and precious than the energy of the world. It is something that many cultivators can't get even if they want it. Kid, you've really picked up a treasure. Chapter 507. Absorbing Spiritual Qi. Zhuowen's eyes lit up when he heard that. He knew that the so-called spiritual energy was an even purer form of energy. It was even more abundant and pure than the energy of the world. It was a powerful energy that only existed in the void. Royal-rank spirit treasures did possess spirit energy, and this was the reason why royal-rank spirit treasures were rare and precious. It was mainly because spirit energy was too difficult to come by. Without spirit energy, it was impossible to craft a royal-rank spirit treasure no matter how skilled one was. Now that Xiao He said that the steps under his feet were one of the lifelines of Zhongling Mountain, it naturally caused him to be unable to hide the excitement in his heart. Then what should I do to obtain spiritual qi? Zhuowen licked his dry lips and asked excitedly. He. Of course it's to seize the spiritual qi. The power of a royal soul treasure is vast and mighty. It's not that easy to find its weakness. If it wasn't for this Dragon Lord's powerful divine sense and the fact that we're inside Zhongling Mountain, I wouldn't have been able to detect the abnormality here. It's actually easy to seize the spiritual qi. You just need to break the steps under your feet, and the spiritual qi will naturally flow out. At that time, you just need to circulate your qi and absorb the spiritual qi. Xiao He said in a serious manner. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Then, he clenched his fingers into a fist and directly smashed the limestone steps under his feet. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. The limestone steps were not damaged at all, but Zhuowen was forced back a few steps by the recoil. Rubbing his numb hand, Zhuowen looked at the limestone steps in front of him in surprise. These steps are really hard. My full-strength attack actually didn't cause the slightest bit of damage to them. Zhuowen said in shock. This Zhongling mountain is a royal soul treasure after all. How can a two-wheel ultimate emperor stage cultivator like you break it? Xiao He laughed gloatingly. Then what should I do? If I can't break it, it's useless to me no matter how much spiritual qi there is. Zhuowen shrugged and shook his head helplessly. Sigh. Looks like you still need this dragon lord to make a move. Kid, this spiritual qi is quite beneficial to your good fortune. Make good use of it. Xiao He muttered in her mind. She turned into a black streak of light and appeared on the stairs. She waved her little claws, and black energy turned into countless black vortexes in her palms. Bang! The black cyclone was like the toughest electric drill. It spun at high speed and directly blasted the stairs. A crisp sound rang out as the cyclone and the stairs came into contact. Then, Zhuowen discovered that the cyclone actually left a trace on the stairs. Break! Xiao He's expression was solemn. She waved her little paw again, and the cyclone on the steps grew several times stronger. Instantly, the marks on the steps gradually expanded, and finally turned into a thumb-sized hole. Wisps of blue mist-like energy slowly flowed out from the tiny hole. When Zhuowen came into contact with the wisps of blue mist-like energy, he realized that this energy was so pure and dense. It was much denser than the energy of heaven and earth. Is this spiritual energy? Zhuowen muttered to himself as a glint flashed in his eyes. Yes. This is spiritual qi. Boy, this dragon lord can only open a hole like this. If you want to open a bigger hole, even I can't do it. At this moment, Black's face was weary, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Xiao He. Are you alright? Zhuowen revealed a worried expression when he saw Xiao He in such a state. He was clearly aware that Xiao He had exhausted too much quintessence energy to protect him within the resentment ghost talisman, and Xiao He hadn't fully recovered. I'm fine. This dragon lord is just a little tired. I'll be fine after some rest. You should quickly absorb this spiritual qi. This spiritual qi is of great help to you. After all, you're still too weak now. You should quickly increase your strength. Xiao He waved her hand and turned into a black ray of light. She entered between Zhuowen's eyebrows and did not say anything else. Clearly, she was going to rest and recover. Zhuowen nodded seriously. He also knew that Xiao He was trying so hard to make him stronger. After all, there were indeed many people who were eyeing him covetously. If he did not have enough strength, he would end up in an extremely miserable state. Strength. I want to become stronger. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the 500th step. There was a thumb-sized hole at the corner of the step. Blue spiritual qi was slowly emitting from the hole, and it was all absorbed by Zhuowen's body. This spiritual qi can actually be absorbed by mental strength. When the spiritual qi was absorbed by Zhuowen's body, it split into two streams. One stream flowed along his meridians into his dantian, and the other directly entered the Naiwen palace in between his eyebrows. It was actually faintly strengthening the mental strength in the Naiwen palace. Spiritual qi is an energy of a higher level than the energy of heaven and earth. Regardless of whether it's yuan power or mental strength, it has a great beneficial effect. Kid, it's best for you to use the spiritual qi to train your mental strength now. After all, your mental strength cultivation is much higher than your martial arts realm. Furthermore, as your mental strength grows, you can also use the Nirvana Vairocana to break through the apertures in your body. This is the best way to increase your strength in a short period of time. Xiao He's voice rang out in his mind again, causing Zhuowen's eyes to sparkle. Xiao He was right. Now that his mental strength was already at the peak of the initial 4th grade, using the spiritual chi to train his mental strength was the best choice. Furthermore, as his mental strength grew, he could use the strengthened mental strength to break through more apertures in his body. He knew that if he really cultivated the nirvana vairocana to the entry level, the strength of his physical body would probably not be weaker than that of an ultimate 4-wheel emperor. Closing his eyes again, Zhuowen began to guide the spiritual chi in his body into the Naiwen Palace in between his eyebrows. Although his martial arts realm was at the peak of the ultimate 2-wheel emperor realm, he only needed to absorb a certain amount of spiritual chi to advance to the ultimate 3-wheel emperor realm. However, his mental strength was actually not weaker than that of an ultimate 3-wheel emperor. If he continued to waste the spiritual chi on his martial arts cultivation, it would obviously delay Zhuowen's time to increase his strength in a short period of time. It was better for him to focus on increasing his mental strength and reach the entry level of the Nirvana Vairocana as soon as possible. Boom! The moment the spiritual chi entered his Naiwen Palace, it immediately trembled. Immediately after, under the effect of the spiritual chi, the mental strength in his Naiwen Palace seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and actually started to boil. In just 5 short breaths, Zhuowen discovered that the mental strength in his Naiwen Palace had improved again. The original 100 strands of mental strength had expanded to 101 strands, and the entire Naiwen Palace had become even more vast and sturdy. Break through the second aperture for me. The moment his mental strength increased, Zhuowen let out a low roar. Even more concentrated mental strength rushed into the Baihui acupoint. With the Baihui acupoint as a base, it followed the surrounding meridians and broke through the acupoint closest to the Baihui acupoint. Boom! The breakthrough of the second aperture was exceptionally smooth. The meridians below Zhuowen's eyes immediately began to fuse with his mental strength. For a moment, Zhuowen's entire body exuded a dense aura. Creak! Creak! The strange sound of bones grinding continuously came from Zhuowen's body. Extreme pain spread throughout Zhuowen's body, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, drenching his entire body. Breaking through an aperture was an extremely painful process. That kind of extreme pain could even cause a person to collapse if they did not have a certain amount of willpower. However, Zhuowen gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew that if he wanted to gain strength, he had to pay the price of sweat and sweat. Ah! Ah! I want to become stronger, stronger, break through the third aperture for me. Looking up at the sky and groaning in pain, Zhuowen continued to use the assistance of the spiritual chi. The moment he broke through the second aperture, he began to guide his mental strength to break through the third aperture. Thousands upon thousands of accumulated pain instantly poured into his body. Even with his strong willpower, Zhuowen could not help but roar out in pain. When Zhuowen stopped at the 500th step and used the spiritual chi to break through the apertures in his body, on the platform at the top of the second level of the Vitality Tower, many of the spectating faction leaders were astonished. This was because they realized that Zhuowen, who had been rapidly ascending Zhongling Mountain like a hot knife through butter, had suddenly stopped. More than an hour had passed, and Zhuowen was still standing there, motionless. At this time, the information that represented Zhuowen in the giant golden tower had stopped at the 325th step from the top of the giant tower. 325th place, Zhuowen, 500th step. What's wrong with this Zhuowen? Why did he suddenly stop at the 500th step? Could it be that he can't move anymore? However, with this Zhuowen's strength, he shouldn't only be ranked 325th, right? You have to know that this kid was previously trapped in the resentful ghost curse talisman. I'm afraid that he has spent too much energy in there for 3 days. After entering Zhongling Mountain, he rushed so fiercely at the beginning. I'm afraid that he is already exhausted. The sound of discussion was endless on the platform. Some of the faction leaders who were originally expecting Zhuowen to perform well shook their heads at this time, not hiding the disappointment in their eyes. It looks like there's no hope for Zhuo Wen to enter the top 100. I'm afraid that this kid doesn't have much energy left in his body. This 325th place should be his limit. Su Chang grinned. Lu Nantian frowned when he heard this. He realized that Su Chang seemed to be deliberately targeting Zhuo Wen. Although Su Chang's performance was not very obvious, an expert like Lu Nantian had extremely strong perception. He could feel the hostility towards Zhuo Wen from Su Chang. But what's wrong with this Zhuo Wen? After escaping from the resentful ghost curse talisman, I had already checked his body and didn't find any injuries at all. This Zhuo Wen's strength should still be at its peak. With this kid's strength, he shouldn't just stop at the 500th step. Chapter 508. The enraged artifact spirit. The bright moon hung in the sky and the stars shone brightly. The night of Zhongling Mountain was exceptionally cold and lonely. Although there was a bright moon above the dense fog, it appeared hazy and distant under the cover of the fog. Roar! Roar! The invisible sound wave spread throughout the entire Zhongling Mountain. It was as though it had substance, causing the enormous Zhongling Mountain to tremble. The pressure within the mountain was actually many times stronger than during the day under the influence of this beast roar. This Zhongling Mountain is really strange. At night, the pressure becomes so terrifying. It's much stronger than during the day. Looks like it's best not to walk at night. Qin Batian, who was ranked 5th, started to tremble under the pressure of the night. At this moment, he had already reached the 105th step and was already somewhat fatigued. Now that the pressure of the night had increased by several folds, Qin Batian was naturally unable to withstand it. Plop! Sitting on the steps, Qin Batian panted heavily as he grumbled in dissatisfaction, "Damn it! This Su Tianyang is really going all out. Every time, he's 10 steps higher than me." Looking at the number of steps of Su Tianyang, who was ranked 4th, Qin Batian was instantly unhappy. Originally, he was ranked 4th, but for some unknown reason, he was suddenly surpassed by Su Tianyang. Furthermore, no matter how hard he tried to catch up, Su Tianyang would always be 10 steps higher than him. This result caused Qin Batian to grit his teeth. One must know that in terms of strength, Qin Batian did not lose to Su Tianyang. Now that his ranking was lower than the former, with Qin Batian's pride, he naturally could not bear it. At this moment, Su Tianyang had also stopped at the 105th step. Clearly, he did not intend to walk at night. After all, the pressure during the night was much more terrifying. Continuing to climb up was undoubtedly foolish. When night fell, all the warriors on Zhongling Mountain stopped moving. They all planned to consolidate their cultivation on this night where the pressure was multiplied. Some warriors with good perception even broke through under the pressure. Of course, such cases of sudden breakthroughs were naturally very rare. However, it was not like most cultivators did not gain anything. Under the effect of the pressure, their strength had an invisible increase. Luo Xing and Zhu Qi have also stopped. It seems that they have also felt the pressure of traveling at night. After skimming past Su Tianliang's name, Qin Batian's gaze landed on the top two names, Luo Xing and Zhu Qi. Lightly sighing, he had thought that the two of them would still travel at night like they did a few days ago. If that was the case, the gap between them would be greatly widened. However, when Qin Batian's gaze landed on the first name, a bitter smile unconsciously appeared on his face. He shook his head and said, "Lve Tao is really strong and willing to go all out. Even at night, he is still moving steadily up Zhongling Mountain. I really don't know what his limit is." Lve Tao was indeed arrogant enough, even somewhat conceited. For the past 4 days, Lve Tao had not stopped at all. Regardless of whether it was day or night, he had always walked towards the peak of Zhongling Mountain in a very regular manner. At the beginning, the other 4 geniuses naturally did not want to be outdone. They followed Lve Tao and continued to climb Zhongling Mountain. This was also the reason why the 5 geniuses had pulled apart such a large distance from the rest of the geniuses. However, as the pressure on Zhongling Mountain became increasingly terrifying, Su Tianliang and Qin Batian gave up on traveling at night after a day. They were very clear that if they continued to follow Lve Tao, they would probably be eliminated by the pressure in advance. 2 days later, Zhu Qi also gave up on traveling at night. 3 days later, even Luo Xing gave up on this action. However, it was now the 4th day, and Lve Tao was still moving alone. He simply did not place the pressure in his eyes as he continued to climb towards the peak without stopping for a single moment. Such courage and strength had practically caused the other 4 geniuses to feel despair. They finally knew how unfathomable Lve Tao's strength was. At this moment, the gap between them and Lve Tao was extremely obvious. Sigh. What a monster. Lve Tao is already nearing the 2000th step. The pressure in that place is who knows how many times more terrifying than mine. To think that he can still continue to advance at night. Looking at the first light that was so far ahead in his identity token, Qin Batian really had the urge to curse in his heart. Forget about that monster Lve Tao. I'd better concentrate on resting and recuperating. Let's see if I can surpass that damned Su Tianliang tomorrow. I'll already be very satisfied if I can surpass Su Tianliang. After muttering a few more words, Qin Batian no longer spoke any more nonsense. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the steps and silently recuperated, properly preparing for tomorrow's journey. Within Zhongling Mountain, aside from Lve Tao, all the other cultivators had already sat on their respective steps to recuperate. However, when they saw that Lve Tao in the identity token was still climbing in the night, it naturally caused quite an uproar. The pitch-black night was lonely and lonely. Under the hazy fog, the vast starry sky appeared bright and misty, mysterious and distant. On the 500th step, Zhuowen sat cross-legged, his entire body emitting a strange golden light. If one looked carefully, the tracks of the golden light were like the meridians in Zhuowen's body, covering his entire body. This was an image produced by the combination of mental energy and meridians. Countless explosions continuously surged out from Zhuowen's body, as if countless bombs were exploding at the same time. It was extremely deafening. Hoo hoo hoo. Slow and steady breaths constantly emitted from Zhuowen's nose. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhuowen's pupils were practically dyed with a dazzling golden light. It was much more dazzling than the previous dark golden light. Boom! A powerful and terrifying aura suddenly surged out from his body, directly covering Zhuowen's countless meridians in a golden light. In an instant, Zhuowen's entire body had turned into a golden man, appearing extremely dazzling and vast in the pitch-black night. In a day's time, I've broken through 90 meridians in my body. Now, I feel that my body is filled with boundless energy. This energy seems to be able to split mountains and split seas. Looking at the densely packed golden meridians in his hands, Zhuowen smiled, then raised his head to the sky and laughed heartily. Just by breaking through 90 meridians in his body, Zhuowen discovered that his strength had increased by so much. Just based on the strength of his body, he was probably able to withstand the full force attack of 3 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. Kid! With the strength of your body, it shouldn't be a problem for you to pry open the steps below. There's still a lot of spirit qi here, you've only absorbed a small portion in a day. Xiao He suddenly spoke in his mind. Nodding fiercely, Zhuowen was filled with pride at this moment. He suddenly felt that this feeling of possessing great power was really wonderful. Only with enough strength could one grasp one's fate in one's own hands. Boom! His right hand, which was covered in golden meridians, formed a claw. His index finger and middle finger joined together to form a sword as he fiercely pressed them into the thumb-sized hole on the steps. With a low shout, countless rays of golden light burst forth, and a powerful energy flowed through the golden meridians and gathered in Zhuowen's fingers. Bang! The originally indestructible steps below had been torn apart by Zhuowen. The thumb-sized hole had now become a palm-sized hole. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the palm-sized hole formed, countless wisps of blue mist-like spirit chi instantly gushed out at an astonishing speed. Zhuowen stomped his foot and waved his right hand. Instantly, the gushing spirit chi endlessly flowed into Zhuowen's body. At an astonishing speed, the spirit chi transformed into powerful mental strength in his Naiwan palace, and the powerful mental strength spread throughout his meridians and acupoints. 91st acupoint, break it for me. The mental strength surged through Zhuowen's body like a hurricane. In an instant, it had broken through the 91st acupoint, and the golden meridians on the surface of Zhuowen's body became even more solid and dazzling. After breaking through the 91st acupoint, Zhuowen did not hesitate to use the endless stream of spirit chi to break through the next acupoints one by one. 92, 93, 94, 105, 110, Zhuowen couldn't help but let out a long howl as he felt the acupoints in his body being continuously broken open and the feeling of being filled with power. This kind of power growth that could be seen with the naked eye seemed so wonderful at this moment. It's still not enough. I still need more spirit chi. With a loud roar, Zhuowen's right hand, which was covered in a golden glow, slammed down. In an instant, the entire staircase under his feet was shattered into pieces. The gushing spirit chi became even more ferocious at this moment. It was like a landslide or a tsunami as it poured into Zhuowen's body without any regard for its life. 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, when Zhuowen broke through the 150th acupoint, Zhong Lingshan seemed to feel the loss of spirit chi in his body. The incomparably huge body of the mountain shook violently. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains collapsed. A powerful force gushed out from the broken staircase and heavily slammed into Zhuowen's body, who was constantly absorbing spirit chi. Zhuowen seemed to have sensed something as he clenched his fists. Golden light flickered and meridians covered his body as he directly smashed into this force. Zhuowen groaned and took a few steps back. However, the powerful force also caused this strange force to retreat into the gap between the stairs. As soon as this force retreated into the gap, the spirit chi that was originally gushing out immediately drilled back into Zhong Lingshan. In an instant, the spirit chi around Zhuowen completely disappeared. Feeling the instant disappearance of the spirit chi, Zhuowen could not help but be dumbfounded. You've absorbed too much spirit chi. The artifact spirit of Zhong Lingshan has already sensed the abnormality here, so it took the initiative to withdraw the spirit chi that was gushing out. Xiao He suddenly said. Zhuowen was speechless. At this moment, Zhong Lingshan trembled once again. Moreover, as it continued to tremble, it faintly emitted a trace of anger and sorrow, as if someone had taken away its beloved object. Chapter 509. The light representing Zhuowen boom. 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 The earth-shattering tremors resounded throughout the entire Zhongling mountain. All the cultivators in the mountain stood up one after another, their faces filled with solemnity and doubt. What's going on? Why is Zhongling mountain suddenly shaking? This kind of thing has never happened in the previous years. Luo Xing, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the steps, stood up with a swoosh. Her pretty face was filled with doubt and disbelief. The intensity of the tremors caused even her to feel a little apprehensive. At the same time, Zhu Qi, Su Tianliang and Qin Batian also stood up with astonishment on their faces. Feeling the intense tremors of the mountain, their expressions were not much better than Luo Xing's. The instant the mountain trembled, Lve Tao, who was dressed in white and wearing an indifferent expression, silently walked up the stairs in the pitch-black night. Suddenly, his footsteps came to a halt. Tremors? What's happening to Zhongling Mountain? Slightly raising his head, Lv Itao's sharp gaze pierced through the layers of fog and observed the trembling Zhongling Mountain. However, after observing for a long time, Lv Itao's brows furrowed even deeper. In fact, when everyone stopped to feel the abnormality of Zhongling Mountain, they did not notice that in this lonely and dark night, there was a figure rapidly climbing Zhongling Mountain. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. At this moment, Zhuowen could be considered to be in a rather sorry state. This was because after the spiritual qi was recalled back into the mountain by the artifact spirit, an even more terrifying power surged out from the cracks of the steps. It was like a huge hand that covered the sky, directly slapping towards Zhuowen. This power was vast and mighty, and its aura was like a rainbow. Zhuowen could tell with a single glance that it wasn't something he could contend against right now, so he immediately fled. This was also the reason why Zhuowen's strength had risen so quickly. Thunder Snake Wings, Thunder Flood Dragon Wings, activate. Zhuowen's heart almost jumped out of his chest when he saw the force behind him. He immediately activated the Thunderous Serpent Wings and Thunderous Flood Dragon Wings. With the speed of the two pairs of thunderous wings, Zhuowen instantly shook off the force behind him. Although the pressure at night on Zhongling Mountain was several times more terrifying than during the day, Zhuowen's physical strength had reached an unprecedented level. With the help of spiritual energy, he had opened 150 acupoints in his body. Just the strength of his physical body alone was no longer afraid of the pressure below 1,000 steps. When Zhuowen reached the 800th step, Zhuowen finally felt that the pressure in the surroundings was already exerting a great pressure on him. He frowned and had no choice but to slow down a little. I ran 300 steps all of a sudden. That force shouldn't be chasing me anymore, right? Slightly out of breath, Zhuowen sat down on the steps and muttered to himself. Brat! You'd better run. That power is coming after you again. It's less than 100 steps away from you now. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Damn it! Why is the artifact spirit of Zhongling Mountain so stingy? Is it just a little bit of spiritual energy? Is there a need to be so serious? After cursing loudly, Zhuowen's heart was full of helplessness. He had no choice but to gather his energy again and begin to climb up Zhongling Mountain quickly. Roar! 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 The roar of a ferocious beast constantly came from behind Zhuowen, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Zhuowen knew that the force would soon catch up with him. Only 50 steps away from you. Xiao Hei's voice reminded him at the right time. Zhuowen's heart also tightened. He had no choice but to rush up desperately. However, as the steps continued to increase, the pressure naturally increased by several times. Even though Zhuowen's physical strength had increased a lot, he was still a little tired and his speed was getting slower and slower. The force behind him that was like the roar of a wild beast was also constantly approaching Zhuowen, causing Zhuowen's heart to palpitate. This was the power of a royal spiritual treasure. If he was hit, he would definitely die. 50 steps. 40 steps. 30 steps. 20 steps. 10 steps. 5 steps. When the force behind him was only 5 steps away from Zhuowen, Zhuowen could even clearly feel the terrifying power emitted by the force behind him. A wisp of residual power swept past Zhuowen's face like a strong force, immediately leaving a bloody scar on the right side of his face. Cherry-red blood slowly flowed out from the wound, causing Zhuowen to look ferocious and cold at this time. Damn it! Why is it still chasing me? Am I going to die like this? Feeling the piercing pain on his cheek, Zhuowen's pupils shrank into needles. Under the threat of death, Zhuowen's speed actually increased by a lot. When Zhuowen and the force behind him were engaged in a life-and-death battle, the leaders of the various forces on the platform at the top of the mountain burst into an uproar. Everyone's eyes were slightly bulging as they stared fixedly at the name that was constantly rising in the Golden Tower. This name was Zhuowen. What's going on with this Zhuowen? During the day, there was no movement at all. Now that night has fallen, why is he running so fiercely? Doesn't he know that the pressure of Zhongling Mountain will increase several times at night? But this Zhuowen's speed is really fast. To be able to reach such a speed in Zhongling Mountain at night, this is not something an ordinary person can do. Look, this Zhuowen has already entered the top 100 and is now rushing towards the top 50. Fuck, what kind of speed is this? It has only been a breath's time, and he has already entered the top 90. The entire platform was in an uproar. Naturally, they didn't care about the top 100. Even if Zhuowen entered the top 100, these leaders wouldn't be too surprised. But now, Zhuowen's climbing speed was truly shocking. In just a breath's time, this child had directly jumped 10 ranks and entered the top 90. Even LV Tao hadn't achieved such a terrifying speed back then. How did this Zhuowen do it? Whether it was the city lord on the platform or the leaders of the 5 major forces, including Lu Nantian, they all stared blankly at the light dot that represented Zhuowen on the Golden Tower. It was refreshing the rankings at an unbelievable speed. Look! This Zhuowen has entered the top 50. It has only been a quarter of an hour, and this kid has already entered the top 50. Is this going to defy the heavens? Once again, a somewhat painful voice sounded out from the crowd. Immediately, the leaders of the various forces naturally saw the constantly rising light, and their hearts were no different from the pain in their balls. What's going on with this Zhuowen? During the day, he had been stuck at the 500th step. When night fell, he started to climb as if his life depended on it. Su Chong frowned slightly. He was faintly unhappy with Zhuowen, who was currently in the limelight. After all, the grudge between him and this Zhuowen wasn't simple. Naturally, he didn't want this enemy of his to be in the limelight. Hee. Walking at night is actually a stupid act. When the time comes, this little bastard will only exhaust his physical strength in advance. At that time, his result will only be in the top 50. Su Chang sneered and casually found a reasonable excuse to hide the faint discomfort in his heart. Look! This Zhuowen's speed is actually faster than before. Heavens! Is this going to defy the heavens? This kid has actually entered the top 10. When this sentence suddenly sounded out on the platform, it was like a stone falling into water. Countless ripples spread out in the surroundings. Following which, a stormy uproar resounded throughout the entire platform. Everyone's gaze shifted slightly and landed on the top 10 levels of the Golden Tower. Sure enough, Zhuowen's name appeared at the 10th position. Immediately, countless gasps sounded one after another. The cold smile on Su Chang's face completely froze at this moment. His pupils shrunk as he looked at the name at the 10th position on the Golden Tower. Finally, a shocked expression appeared on his face. How could this Zhuowen increase his speed? Clearly, the higher the height in Zhongling Mountain, the more terrifying the pressure is. How could this fellow increase his speed instead? The uproar was like a tsunami that raged across the entire platform. Everyone looked as though they had seen a ghost as they looked at the name at the 10th position on the Golden Tower. Many people even thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. One after another, they rubbed their eyes and looked again. Only then did they realize that their eyes weren't playing tricks on them. When they saw that the name at the 10th position was indeed Zhuowen, everyone felt as though they had fallen into a dream. One had to know that a moment ago, this Zhuowen was still around the 325th position. However, at this moment, he had actually valiantly charged into the top 10. Furthermore, this entire process had only taken less than half an incense stick's worth of time. The trembling of Zhongling Mountain did not stop. Instead, it showed signs of becoming more and more intense. All the warriors were anxious as they guessed the reason for the strange situation in Zhongling Mountain. Tu Ta was the #1 genius in the super city, Zeta City. His strength was already at the peak of the ultimate second-wheel emperor level. Before this, he had always occupied the 10th position on Zhongling Mountain. Actually, he was already quite satisfied to be able to enter the top 10. After all, the 9 people in front of him were frighteningly abnormal. He did not have the courage to try and provoke those geniuses. What a strange Zhongling Mountain. It's so late at night, yet something like this has happened. Can't people rest peacefully? Chu Ta grumbled unhappily as he felt the trembling of the mountain. Then, he took out his identity token. He wanted to see just how far away he was from the 9th position. Although he did not have much ambition, if he could surpass the 9th position, he would be able to bring glory to Zeta City. When the time came, the city lord of Zeta City would reward him greatly. Just as Chu Ta's imagination was running wild, his gaze landed on the name on his identity token. Following that, his face froze and his eyes widened. When did I become the 11th position? Wasn't I the 10th position? Chu Ta thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the token again. His name had indeed been pushed down to the 11th position. When his gaze moved up and landed on the 10th position, he was stunned again. This was because the name at the 10th position was extremely unfamiliar to him. It was Zhuoan. Is that the genius Zhuoan from the low-level city, Rot 10 Armor City? Wasn't he killed by the vengeful ghost curse talisman? You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.